hours towards, like, how do you track that?
Yeah, I just started with my own spreadsheet, and so she was like online learning, and there's lots of reading, and you just log all your hours.
Okay.
We'll see if that's clarified.
Yeah. Okay. Welcome, namaste. My name's Kimberly. Happy to be here. Let's see. So this list, it's something we'll be doing. It's supposed to be big. That. I don't know what he did, but I'm happy that he took the drive from Maple to here so that I could have this, because I was really getting worried about it. Anyway, it's, you pull something off the interwebs. It's a values and attributes list. So if you just Googled values and attributes, you would find something. So I just, I have one. There's a lot of them out there, and this one, there's only so many. Let's see if I do this. Yeah, but so just all these different lists. So if you can't see this, because your eyes don't do that, then you can look it up on your phone. We'll get to that one. So that is that housekeeping, and let's see. How do I want to start this? Were you all here yesterday? Yeah. Since I don't know, then met a couple of you when you walked in, but I didn't meet all. So, do you want to just give me your name and how long you've been part of Shanti, or maybe, let's see, a little takeaway you had from yesterday, or a question that you might have about yesterday, although I wasn't here yesterday, but I can try to help anyway. So, who wants to start? Anybody?
I'll start. Okay, I'm Liz. I was here yesterday, and I'm just starting the $200 training experience. So this is my first formal weekend spread of that. I don't know that I have a question. I still don't think I've connected with the ability to do the diagram. So I think that's an aspiration for me, just hearing the sound. That's the model of that a lot.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, it feels a little mysterious sometimes, I think. So
yeah, I grew up on the ocean, so I can recognize the sound, but I just can't.
I use that cue all the time. It sounds like the sea when you hold the shell up to your ear.
Yeah,
Very much like that. Okay. Nice to meet you, Liz. Lisa?
I'm Lisa, and I'm a Shanti graduate from 2014. I stayed in yoga and I taught for a few years, and then I had a hip replacement in 2017 that kind of took me away for a while. And I've just been really getting back into yoga, and coming here for these retreats sort of brings back a lot of fond memories of Shanti.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to come yesterday, but
I'm glad you're here. It's nice to see your face. 2014, wow. Time flies.
I'm Jessica.
Jessica?
Yes.
Hi, Jessica.
I'm in the 200-hour program. I've been slowly collecting hours since last May, so hopefully finish by the end of April. As far as takeaway from yesterday, I think it was really helpful to spend more time with the Ujjayi breathing. I'm a licensed counselor, so all of it is review, but it's really nice to go a little deeper. And I will say that maybe roughly 2/3 of my clients that really do the breathing practices prefer the Ujjayi breathing, even if it's just a single exhale to occasionally during the day, they find that one the most effective. So it's definitely one that I want to work more toward myself.
Wonderful.
Listening to him was intense because he does it so deeply and loudly, even with the inhale. And I was like, I don't know how to do that. So that's something I'm working on. as well.
What, who's that?
Bill.
Oh, with Bill. Got
I also couldn't visualize the ball of energy. I was taking it really literally, and I was like, where does the ball go? Does it stay here and then it goes back down, or does it go out and then I can conjure a new ball? And that's just how my brain works. So it's just an experiment and trial and error. But that's kind of what I'm working on, I think.
it. Very cool.
My name's Rhonda, and I was drawn to this based on the topic. I'm not interested in becoming a teacher, but I've attended some of Debbie's classes through time, and I like it.
Awesome.
Me too. Cool. My name's Kayla, and I was interested in the topic also, but I do a lot of, I'm like a physical trainer, and I do fitness stuff, but I really want to understand how I incorporate yoga with my clients. So for me, continuing to learn about the practice and kind of the spiritual part and the belief behind it is way more powerful than just a workout or getting your body moving. And I think a lot of people, especially when you work at gyms, like they miss that part of it. So that's the part that I'm connecting with and like to share with my clients. So yeah, it's great.
I worked in gym setting for 20 years.
Oh, really?
And it's really an interesting crossover when the gym rats and kids start to move into yoga, and they're kind of just dipping their toes in, and then they get a little weird because it's woolly. So it's a really interesting thing that happens, but when they connect, it's really powerful because that is, it supports everything else. Mm-hmm. At least that's what I've found. I've often thought if I had to sum up what yoga means to me in a single word, it would be, well, there's a lot, but variability allows so many things, whether it's dealing with stress, with breath, or meditation, or grief, or anxiety, or the support, for the athletes that are, whether they're skiers or weightlifters or whatever, or I'm entering this really interesting time of middle age. I always have taught that it helps with support. And, joy holiday, but now I'm experiencing it in a totally different way. So that's super fun. I've been teaching since, I think, 1999. Before that, I taught Pilates and Pilates anyway, so. Yoga is, like I said, it supports everything. So, I was thinking what the title says here. So this, in my workshop description, can't tell if there's anybody online or not. Can't tell. Debbie's, if there are, hi. If not, hi later. But it says that we'll use a chakra ladder framework. Learn to tune into deeper awareness and tangible impact. And is everybody familiar-ish with chakras? Okay. Typically, when we talk about the chakras, we usually go from the roots up. But in this, today, we're looking at creating part of the new year, harnessing the energy of the fire horse, which I don't know, sometimes I think that can be really scary, but I definitely know I'm tired of the snakes, so I guess there's that. But this idea of moving from this big picture, or the crown chakra, and getting into the roots. So the way that we will practice the work will do a little exploration, do a little journaling, do a little some yin work, we'll get a little core fire going, we'll get to that area, and there'll be a little opportunity to express your truth, your voice, and very non-threatening way for those of you that might not want to do that. So don't worry about that too much. So if we look from the chakra ladder instead of, and by the way, the one that's most well known is the 7 chakra system of the root, the sacral, the solar plexus, the heart, the throat, the brow center, and the crown. That said, there are some systems and styles of yoga, and I think there's 5, and some think there's 12, but 7 is the one that most of us are familiar with. So that's the one we're using. And I always want to put that out there because I'm always a student first, and I think about all of the whys that I had as a kid, my kids had as kids. Well, why do we have to do it? If we understand the whys a little bit more, that broadening gives us, it opens us up a little bit more. So the crown chakra is the big picture. It's this idea of just starting to take in the vistas and the landscapes, and looking at it from this perspective of creating a vision for your life, and whether it's, a new year, Chinese year, time in your life, or just in this setting of a workshop, it's nice to start to think about what it is that you are, what you see for your life. And in the yogic traditions, we talk about dharma and swadharma, of a life purpose, and in the Bhagavad Gita, which is a little book inside of a really big epic book, there's a warrior, and a little bit, not a lot, but there's a warrior named Arjuna, and he finds himself in a little bit of an existential crisis as he is in the middle of a battlefield, and he's a seasoned warrior, and he's a skilled archer, and not his first battle, but this one, on the battlefield, he sees teachers and uncles, and cousins, and neighbors, and he really doesn't want to be there. And he's having this bit of a, crisis. He's got the hair standing up on the back of his neck, sweating, and he just doesn't really want to be there. And through the luck of the draw, he gets Krishna. On the other side, gets Krishna's armies, but he gets Krishna. And Krishna says that he will be his charioteer, and gives him a little pep talk, and says that it will be better for you to strive and fail in your own dharma and your own life's purpose than to strive and succeed in another. And from this 117 verses, I can't remember. Anyway, he teaches Arjuna the tenets of yoga, that there is right action, there's this idea of dharma and purpose, there's an idea of striving towards it, but also of releasing and letting go, which is sometimes hard for all of us. But this idea of dharma, of purpose, can be a little daunting, and that's where so we're going to start and we're going to hone in. And I garden, and I'm starting to wake up my dahlia tubers. And have you seen a dahlia tuber? They look like little potatoes. In fact, they kind of taste like blend between a potato and a hickamon. And you eat them. I tell my husband that all the time when I buy more from my collection. It's like food storage. But expensive. Looking at this, you know, we talk about the roots, we talk about planting the seeds of intentions and helpless. But without the vision, without the planning, without, you know, stepping back and thinking about what it's going to take, you know, like wake these guys up and they're a little bit of divas, and not much to look at. And sometimes just looking at this without having a plan in place can be really overwhelming. And I think that planting our seeds or setting a goal or this thing called the intentions can be extremely daunting. But that's where coming up with this, you know, big picture and plan comes into play. So right now, if you would just take it, we're all in a seat, but take a comfortable seated position, whether you take Sukhasana, where you cross your ankles to your knees, good space, ease. Maybe you sit on a bolster. Maybe you take Hero's Pose, where you sit with your underneath the bum. Just take a comfortable seat and settle into your body. Whether you close your eyes or just soften your gaze inward, start to move into your body. Notice the points of contact that you make with the earth. Start to take in the layers of sound. Maybe rustling, the voice, maybe some traffic outside, fans, echo. Start to tune into that deep inner sound, the nada, the silence. And as if you could breathe in from the top of your head, the crown of your head. Imagine it's like almost a download with your breath as you inhale. Move the breath through the top of your head, down your back body, length of your spine. And as you exhale, just a little loop coming up the front of your body, front of the spine, from the pelvic floor, drawing gently up and back up. Inhaling, moving from the crown down the length of your back body. exhale, moving up the front, gentle tone of the pelvic floor, really drawing the breath up and out. As you move from breath awareness, continue with that energetic loop from the back body to the front body. Inhale and exhale. But start to create a tone, gentle restriction of the glottis, base of the throat, to cultivate the upward lifting, victorious breath, Ujjayi. Or Ujjayi. It's a little easier to imagine the exhale, that sound is a little more aspirate. But imagine a mirror just underneath your nose. Try to fog up the mirror as you exhale. But also imagine a mirror at the back of your throat. So that as you inhale and the breath moves down and in, the fogging of a mirror back of the throat. As you inhale, fogging of the mirror under your nose as you exhale. As you inhale, think of that length of the back body. There's an extension, a lift, even as you're rooted down. And as you exhale, a gentle tone drawing up and out. High vision is a crown chakra exercise. It holds overarching possibility. It's the place of dreams, visions. The sky is the limit. Visionaries like Gandhi, Nelson Mandela held a high vision for what was not currently visible. To hold this kind of vision requires us to imagine what is not yet manifest, but what may and could be. We move from this top-down ladder, chakras, help us move our vision of what we want to bring into, what we want to manifest in our world, whether we're teachers or poets or artists, partners, family, friends, nurturers, CEOs, all of those labels. We start to look at this big picture, what we bring. What we want to bring into reality. Is a mantra, Bija, city mantra, for not only the crown, but also the we're gonna dissect it a little bit. Have your hands resting on your knees or thighs, palms up, palms down, and your hands to your heart. But we'll take the three sounds into the silence, that nada, deep inner silence, the fourth sound of separate. So we'll first do an ah, which is guttural, the base of the throat. And we'll take it the ooh or the o. At the top of the hard palate. Touch your tongue to the top of your mouth. And the oo, which is right at the lips behind the teeth. And that quiet sound, silence, bringing it together after one flow. So first the ah, and the oo, and the oo, and the o. And you can vocalize with me or you can internalize to it. Exhale completely. Inhale deep. This is where you might need to either get readers out or open up your phone and find a values and attributes list. There's a lot of them. Maybe that's all. Come back and revisit the vision just a moment of it. Kind of get an idea of the way that vision and mission work together, and then how we bring it in action, which is where solar plexus firework comes in. But this, the vision really helps when we start to understand what it is that we want to bring forward. And maybe you already got it and you're going to be able to look at your list and pick some words out. So the best way to do this, and they're all great, I'm just going to put it out there. You know, if I look at the list, you know, of course I want, you know, to be ethical, and of course I want to have knowledge and wisdom, and some of them kind of a crossover, like the diagram, but pick 8 to 10. And then from there, hone in on 3 from these attributes, these values that really feel like they are you. It's a fun exercise, and you look on to you start to look at it and think, oh, I want all of those things. And it's not that we don't, it's just that where you want to put your focus. In order to start to support your vision.
You want us to narrow it down to 3?
Yeah, you can start with 8 and then narrow to 3. Mm-hmm. Or, you know, whatever. 3, 2. It's hard to pick just one, I think. Maybe you'll tell me, which is great. Yeah, sniffles all around, huh? How are we doing? Hard?
It's a long list, long list.
It is a long list, and there's a lot of them. It's not, there's so many different, but I think, and again, I'm sorry that that's so small. Just a couple more minutes. So this is not something that is, in permanent indelible ink. It's something that I've done, of course, of several years. I did this exercise with my teacher, oh wow, 20 some years ago. Something similar anyway. And I've done it many times and always come away with, very similar, and I think there's one or two of those attributes or values that stay the same, but, life happens and there's some shifts. But for the most part, I think that they're similar, but maybe there's a shift in perspective.
And we didn't narrow it down to how many?
A few. I know. It'll make it easier for the other stuff.
Okay.
So, if that helps. I know it's hard when you're like, no, wait, I like that one. It is a little hard, but also, if I'm looking at that list, I wish I had mine and I've circled the past, but
You said ideally 3?
yeah, ish. There's some integrity, truth, they're kind of similar, so maybe one that draws you a little more, or empathy and compassion, similar, what one draws you more. Okay, just because I know how fast time goes. You can come back and visit, always. But now that you've got that, we're just going to set that to the side for a moment and go back to on your handout that you can read. Hopefully, that better. Underneath the vision. Yoga is the art of becoming who we truly are. When you list, top 3 core desired attributes or feelings. This is the same thing, but I don't know why. That typo. But anyway, the next question of what area of life is most important to you right now? And again, these are all really important, but right now for you, is it relationship, career, purpose, health, service, contribution, family, money, playtime, adventure? And there will be overlap. So, you affect your physical, you focus on the physical. I'm sure that some of those other areas are going to benefit as well. So, recognize that. And after you've done that, you circle it or fill in the blanks, whatever you want to do, then go to the questions. Why is yoga important to you? Some of you have already expressed a little bit. What is the role of yoga in our modern society for you? Or maybe you can look big picture. Maybe you have no idea. That's great too. What is yoga capable of providing for you in your own life? What is yoga capable of providing for the whole world? And the crown chakra is, it's a unifying, it's the highest self. Sometimes we talk about that when we think about the crown. This highest self, unifying connection, embodiment, enlightenment. And that quote that's on there, which is lovely. It is where the paradox becomes the norm, where seemingly opposites are one. You start to see other points of view, which I think is where, so there's no right or wrong, these are yours. Just some, little prompts. How do you see yoga evolving over the next 5 years? Yoga has evolved so much since I first started practicing my late teens. And it's also stayed the same, which is really cool. If you were to name one thing that you feel is missing in our or your current yoga culture, what would that be? You might even think about what initially drew you to yoga. toes. I definitely want to give you time to do this, so. Just checking the temperature, it'll make me more time. Not. Couple more minutes, is that good? So we're done. Wrap up what you're doing. You can always come back and revisit, especially after this movement part. But so the seated meditation and connecting with breath definitely is crown chakra work. Although I think that any asana meditation can support all of the chakras if that's where the focus is. Right now, though, we'll do different poses for supporting the brow center, the third eye chakra, the Ajna chakra, that's the name for that. And you'll want a bolster, maybe a blanket. And if you put the bolster behind you, maybe the blanket underneath your hips, your legs, just to support your joints. Be here for a little bit, or joint too. And you'll come onto with your right hip up against the bolster. From here, before we settle in, we'll just, and actually, you might decide to build a little ramp situation with a block underneath your bolster. You might not need it. It's totally up to you. You can always add one or take it away. With your right hip right up against the bolster, and your feet, legs are in a little bit of a chin roll situation. Take the right arm with your breath in, start to stretch up. And then exhale, reach over towards your left. And inhale up. And exhale, bring your right arm down to the bolster, your elbow could bend, stretch your left arm over. Then inhale, just a little side to side lateral flexion of your spine. You might envision this in your mind's eye, your third eye. Whether it's kelp at the ocean, or maybe just a gentle breeze swaying. Just move with your breath. And the next time you come up, just pause. Bring your right hand down to one side of the bolster and then lift up tall, twist your body towards the bolster, frame the bolster with your hands, and then Just release your body down with your gaze, your right side of your face resting on the bolster. Your palms could be up or down. If they want to be grounded or receptive, totally up to you. We look at an asana practice. Asana is the poses. We look at the ABCs, we look at alignment, we look at breathing, we look at focus and concentration. And they are fundamental building blocks for every practice: alignment, breath, concentration. And, time that we spend on our mats, embodying our bodies and being in our bodies, focusing on alignment of the postures, our body and the postures, the shapes, tapping in the power of the breath. And when we support our breath supports us. And focusing and tapping into that power of meditation through movement, concentration. When we're on our mat, focusing on that, it gives us an insight when we're off of our mat, which is where we spend most of our lives, in developing awareness for how we align ourselves. Maybe not in a yoga shape, but in our work, in our relationships, in our endeavors. If we are holding our breath, we're gripping, clenching, where our focus, where our energy goes. So, in case of this workshop, my intention was this practice, the idea of alignment, the those questions of what is, say this mine, is you're asking yourself this question: what is my purpose? What's my dharma? What lessons this life given me, asked of me? What is unique, divine, and my gift to bring into the world? Take your time and gently press into the floor and come on up. And then take your bolster just out in front of your right shin. So you're already up in a 90-degree angle setting. Some of you might go accommodate the joints, a little wider. And you can add blocks underneath the bolster, a little height. I'll show you what we're doing, and you can start. So you'll just get really tall, and then you'll just let this of length and support your core, and then just hinge. And it might be more upright hinge than deep hinge. This right leg is very similar to a pigeon shape, right? And a lot of times in pigeon, we kind of lean out of the leg that's going back rather than the front leg because we think we have to fold forward in a pigeon pose. So worry less about how close you get to the floor and more about trying to find a sense of balance between this asymmetry of the right and the left side, which means it might not be as comfortable. That's what that will show up and manifest as. And in here, just focus on breathing into the space that you've got. Allowing the breath to let a little light shine in to those tight spots. And discovery of where it feels like the breath moves freely. Alignment to those deep questions of purpose, life lessons, gifts to share, connect to others with. The breath the word spirit comes from the Latin word spiritus, meaning breath. The respiratory system is unique, and that it comes under both the autonomic and the parasympathetic, voluntary. So the autonomic and then voluntary and parasympathetic control. I mean, we don't have to think about it, thank goodness. But when we choose to think about the breath, it can create a little more support, a little more ease or freedom. We can exercise some control. The length, the depth, different techniques, pause, hold. When we choose to practice pranayama techniques, mind is and the nervous system is affected. It's free and quite literally under the tip of our nose, this ability to short circuit fears and worries and anxieties, to center us, calm us. Energize. Gently push your way back up. And if you built your bolster on some blocks, you can take those blocks away. The bolster still just on the right side. come on down, and I am going to utilize my blanket underneath my head. So you can do that or not, totally up to you, but let me show you. Okay, so on your right side, if you choose, you could put the blanket, and you might need a different folding, different origami shape than I do with my blanket, but you can place it there, and then you can let your hands come together. If you have two blankets, you could even put a blanket between your arms, which would be even more sweet. The bolster would be to the right side of your mat, and you'll bring your left leg over, just a little drape, knee bend. Your right leg could be extended straight, or you could have a little bend in the knee, totally up to you. But just start to allow the bolster to hold the weight of your left leg. Let gravity hold you, let the earth hold you here in the sideline pose. If you think about how much we take in visually, this idea of tapping into the brow center of the third eye. In fact, sometimes if you're trying to remember something, you might look up towards that center, or you put your eyes in your mind's eye, or you may even tap your fingers to your forehead, place to see. And as much as we take in through our eyes, the ability to slow down, to move to the inner landscape, to be and sit with ourselves, and to start to see ourselves in this place of this higher self, of this unit, embodied unity, connection. Ability to kind of leave the windows, so to speak. Rather than sometimes what we see, we can, whether it's an algorithm, social media, or just what we're looking at, our life, we can kind of get stuck in those forced blinders. So this ability to take those blinders off, to move inward, to be able to see a little more clearly. Okay, we're going to just shift, slide your left leg off the bolster and move on to your back. If you have the blanket underneath your head, you can keep it there, or you can move it away, hold it to you. And with your feet on the floor, keep the bolster where it is for now, but with your feet on the floor, just lift your right side and And then shift and roll your right side to the floor and lift the left. Just a couple of those little side to sides. Let's see what's what. With your feet on the floor and your arms alongside you. We'll use our breath to create this little jostle effect. I always think of like you ever had a knot in a necklace, really fine chain. If you pull too tight, the knot gets tighter, right? So you have to kind of jostle and just really go in easy. So just think about maybe in that visualization of just moving into your back body. You might even start to feel all the way up the spine and a little bobble of the head as well. So as you inhale, just start to move your breath in. And as you exhale, just press into your feet and start to create that little jostle, moving all the way up, pedaling into your body. Let your head and neck be free. And then you'll pause on the inhale. And exhale, a little pedal, pressing into the feet. Just let your head bobble a little bit. Just do one more with the rhythm of your breath. And let's settle in. I think that's one of, even if you don't ever talk about all the woo-wee stuff, it's just the physical asana. There's some magic that happens just because of that alignment and the breath and the focus, the concentration. But in yoga, there's this idea of granthis, of knots. Maybe not the knot like I was talking about in the necklace chain, but these knots that we get stuck in, those loops that we get, the stories we tell ourselves of somebody else has done it, or somebody's better, or I'll do it when I'm not busy, or I'm not good enough, all of those things. But we start to untie those knots, we start to tap into our breath and the energy of alignment. Okay, take your bolster, and you can just use the handle on the bolster if you've got one. I think most of them do. But just slide the one end of the bolster towards your right hip, and then it'll be at a diagonal away from you, right? Does that make sense? Okay. Draw your, is it right leg? Nope, left leg. Draw your left leg in. Stretch your right leg long. Slowly draw in. Place your left foot on the floor, pretty close towards your bum, and then push up and shift your hips over to the left. So you're just moving away from the bolster a little bit. Then take your left leg over the bolster. You can keep your knee bent, or you can stretch your left leg out the length of the bolster, so you're in a little twist. Your arms could go out wide, you can have your elbows bent. If your left arm is kind of hanging in the air, you need some support, that's where a blanket comes in handy. You could put your blanket underneath your shoulder so that your arms don't just hang out in space. Or maybe you slide a little more off the bolster, a little shift to the left. The idea here in a twist our way of integrating, right? The upper body and the lower body, the front body, the back body, the inner, the outer. Utilize a breath technique that puts a retention in between the breath in and out. And sometimes we put a count to it. Right now, it could just be a momentary pause. Just before you breathe out, hold the breath. And then before you breathe back in, hold the breath. So a retention, a pause between the breath in and a pause after the breath out. Bend your left knee, slide to your back, feet on the floor. And you'll keep the bolster at that diagonal. Roll now onto your left side and have your knees, have your knees bent 90 degrees. This is where the blanket underneath your head might give you support for your head and shoulders as well. Okay, so now if your knees bent 90 degrees, think like a lunge or like warrior one. And you might have to do a little adjusting with your bolster behind you ankle, but we'll just take your right leg and stretch it like it's the back leg in warrior one or the lunge. And your left knee is still in the 90 degree bend. Bolster supports your right leg. And it's really interesting some of the shifts that happen, kind of like that 90 degree sit, that front leg pigeon, we kind of roll out of the pose. And that happens a lot in this posture. So maybe just take your right arm and stretch it up and past your head. Think of like the warrior one arm to the right side of your leg. Just to think about the length all the way through the right side. Then you can bring your arm back down. And of course, if there's something going on through the lower back of the hip, then you might need to roll a little out of the posture to accommodate. Just listen to your body intention. Call this the resting warrior. And definitely need that resting so that we can start to pay attention to those insights, the intuition, the clarity when we tap into the brow center. Okay. Slide your right leg to your left. Gently press away from the floor. Up. And to your left hip. Add any blankets, blocks, like explore that. And we'll just start with a little lateral flexion of the spine, just a little side bending. Your breath. There's no right or wrong way. However we said, not beyond. Right and wrong way is feel. It's all mean there. So just with your breath, your rhythm, just move in and out. And when you're ready, after you bring your left arm up, get really tall and start to rotate towards the bolster. Come on down. Palms up or down. Feels good. This is the Gayatri Mantra. Many renditions. This is Garish. Well, translations vary slightly. The meaning, the essence of the Gayatri Mantra is of meditation and offering to the divine source of light, of wisdom. Before I go in a little more, I just want to put in a little side note that yoga is not dogmatic. One of my first teachers, Dhammaja, said that whether it's Buddha, Krishna, Jesus, God, Gaia, Mother, Mary, it's this idea of divine source. It's a placeholder for what is sacred to you, whether it's Christian or other faith, or agnostic or atheist. It's this idea of offering up something that's bigger than you. Okay. So one of the ways to think about this is my teacher Sheila Marie singing now, but we meditate on the glorious radiance of the divine that has produced the universe. And may that divine light illuminate our intellects. We meditate on the glory, the divine who has produced this universe. May that enlighten our minds. Mantra is invoked to bring in clarity. It's a meditation on the divine light that resides within each of us. One that we need to see a little more clearly with. Or an offering to uplift the intellect towards truth. The bridge between devotion, known as bhakti, service, and inner knowledge, wisdom, jnana. We'll gently push your way up. And put your bolster out in front of you. Okay. You could add the bolsters, some blocks underneath your need a little more height. Like underneath your ankles or knees, you need a little support. You get tall and hinge, and it might be forearms, it might be deep rest. The quiet practice is yin, where in yin this is a deer, but more restorative. It's the idea of allowing not only the alignment of the posture, but utilizing props. In this case, we're using the alignment of props. Utilizing gravity as a way to release into our concentration, our focus on whatever sankalpa we might have set, the seed that we might have planted, or on a breath technique. And of time, really allowing that slowing down. Take your time.
Sure. Lots over there, and I would like it underneath your head,
And with the bolster in front of you.
to your left side. Bringing your right leg over with the bolster and left leg, whatever feels supportive of your knee bend and leg extended.
Third eye governs perception, insight, discernment. It is the capacity to see what is actually present rather than what we hope or fear or assume to be true. Discernment is not intuition alone, nor is it purely rational thinking. It's an integration of the inner knowing and clear reasoning. When these work together, decisions feel steady rather than urgent, grounded rather than reactive. And in life, a lack of discernment often shows up as overcommitment, comparison, or confusion about direction, which way to go. Cultivating discernment allows us to recognize what aligns with our values and what quietly drains us. Discernment is a skill that strengthens with practice. It asks us, to slow down, notice patterns, to trust clarity more than noise. Slide your right leg off the bolster and into your back on your mat. With your feet on the floor, you can add that little untying the knots, little bobble. Smells so good. Little pause. Pull your bolster from your left hip out at a diagonal. Stretch your left leg long. Bring your right knee in, so hug the knee to the chest, the abdomen. Place your right foot on the floor close to your bum. Push into the floor, lift your hips and shift them to the right side of your mat a little bit. And then draw your right leg over the bolster, whether you're keeping it bent or you stretch your leg long. Arms can go wide, or elbows bent, or have the blanket underneath your right arm. There's a great movie I've looked at forever that is loosely based on the Bhagavad Gita with Matt Damon and Will Smith called The Legend of Bagger Vance. Nobody's seen it, it's golf. Matt Damon's character's name is Randolph Judah, Arjuna, is in The Warrior. And Charlize Theron's in it too. I don't know who she's supposed to be. I don't know. I think she's just added. Great addition. But he is a soldier. He's returned from war, and he has got those traumas. And fighting that inner battle of because he lost friends and fellow soldiers in war. He's having a hard time living with himself. He has his own existential crisis, much like that warrior in the Bhagavad Gita. And Will Smith's character, Bagger Vance, Bhagavad Gita, it's a stretch, but it's there. Bagger Vance shows up, and he's not the charioteer, but he's the caddy. And there's a golf tournament to try and bring some unity in and to save, small towns golf course, something along those lines. Randolph Judah has some moments of lacking clarity and discernment, and he has to tap into that, and Baggervance just to remind him of some things, and along the line of it'd be better to strive in your own purpose and your own dharma, and than to succeed in someone else's. It's this idea of you have one true aim. You have to aim true. So, Baggervance, you've got to find your swing. That's really what this idea of tapping into our vision, higher self, and our intuition, knowing. Okay, gently return to your back, keep the bolster where it is, and you'll roll onto your right side. Yeah. Knees bent 90. For that resting warrior pose. Okay. So with your knees bent 90, take a moment and then stretch your left leg back into that warrior 1/1 position. Stretch the left arm just to get that sense of full side body long, inner body bright experience before we're here. Arms back together, or whatever's comfortable. This song is named, probably going to butcher it, but it's German, Spiegel and Spiegel. And it's the doorway within the doorway, which for this time of year, new beginnings, we're shedding snakeskin and hopping on our fire horse. We're, in January, the Greek Roman god Janus of having two heads, of two faces, one looking back and one moving forward, and both are needed. You need to know where you are, where you've gone, where you've been, in order to know where you're going. And this idea of January, of intentions, of setting goals. This idea of the doorways, the middle space. Intentionally opening the door, closing the door. Moving into something that's maybe not as familiar. Great piece. Okay. Take your time. Draw your left leg to the right. Gently come back up. And take your time as you come up. I'm going to just give you a little break, but before I do, I'm just going to give you what we're going to, a little journaling prompts, which is on your paper, and then you can decide if you need to go utilize the ladies' room now, or you want to write, you can go, or grab a drink, grab a snack, whatever. But we're going to go into the mission. So from our vision, we begin to determine our own personal role in making that vision a reality. This is our mission. Mission holds personal motivation and points the way as individuals help to manifest the larger vision. This is a personal call to action and a guiding light. This is, Krishna saying, find your one true aim. Backwards and yet find your swing. Watch your swing. It's better to strive in one's own dharma than to succeed in the dharma of another. Nothing is ever lost, all in one's own dharma. But completion of another's dharma breeds fear and insecurity. Okay, so the next page. Is that right? Good. You did very closely with everyone. So the questions are, what aspects of yoga are you most passionate about? And if teaching yoga is not for you, maybe it could be what you are, your mission, your vision of what you are bringing into the world. So it doesn't have to be, as far as teaching yoga goes, it could be something completely different. What are your strengths in that area? Whether it's a teacher or CEO or nurse or lover, friend, whatever your vision is. And how do you see yourself contributing to your vision into the world if your students or the people around you in your endeavors could leave you with one thing, what would that be? What brings you the most joy? And how would you go about serving whatever you feel is missing? Our current yoga culture. So whatever you put in that first part, what you think is missing, how do you fill that up? So you can journal now, or you can break and journal later. But let's see.
Do we have enough time?
Yeah.
How long?
10. Let's 1:30.
Yeah.
Is that good? Yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay, so we'll come back together as a group at 1:30, so you can take the time, but also need to do a little journaling under the mission part with those questions. So however you want to spend that time.
I need to be somewhere to Kimberly's.
Oh,
I'm gonna go and
okay.
check that out. Originally, I had hoped to be here all afternoon, but something came up.
I understand.
Rather than cutting out in the middle of something, I'm gonna go
Just
ahead.
do it now.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see you.
Good to see you too. I've been coming to Debbie's therapeutic yoga and the other one on Fridays.
Yeah.
That's been perfect. Thank you. This was wonderful. Thank you. Good to breathe.
Yes, it is always good to breathe. Take care of yourself.
I will. It's gonna be a good year.
From your lips,
God's ears.
yep. Forgot to mention that Chevy brought in these little,
Oh, yeah.
did you get one of them?
Beautiful. Fire horses.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Is that a Ganesha?
Is that
Is that what that is? I guess.
Yeah.
It's a little sense.
like,
Oh, it's beautiful. Did you guys see one of these little things we did yesterday?
yes,
So cute.
yes, they are.
At least from one of her, she didn't tell me what they're from, and one of her pictures.
I doubt it. She, yeah, she said,
Amazon. Lucky Amazon.
right.
They're so fun. Cute.
Did you remember that, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not here. We went and watched Bagger Vance at.
Yep, at the Hoff. I was wondering, I thought you were there.
Yeah.
That was fun. We used to have so much fun back in the day.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah. Party, popcorn. It's still is one of my favorite movies. I haven't watched it for a while. I need to watch it.
I'm gonna have to check that out tonight.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it since then.
Since then,
Yeah,
it's a good one.
it is good.
Where do you train at?
Actually, I'd be implemented in their homes,
Oh,
or at the gym or at the work, so basically like, just kind of even where they're at. A lot of women don't feel comfortable working out.
Yes.
In the gym or lifting weights, so
Yeah.
it's like super intimidating.
Yeah.
So just based off of like what they're comfortable with, if their goal is to be in the gym, be comfortable, or if they have like a gym at their work, will just be at lunchtime,
That's
or
awesome.
just be at the house.
Oh,
So,
that's wonderful.
yeah, it's great. It's been fun. A good experience, so,
Yeah. Great way to connect.
yeah. And just, build muscle, like just, taking out the importance of building muscle as they age, because, we lose a ton of muscle.
So much.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it starts early too, but.
Yeah. And I think of like my mom and grandma and stuff,
Yeah.
it's, like once you fall or something, I think we forget is when you need that muscle, because when you fall or you're doing daily activities, the chances of, once you have to go through rehab, falling again and breaking your wrist goes up super high. And it's like, it affects the whole family.
It
It's like your
does.
daughters, your kids, you have to take care of them, like, it's like a family thing, so just to keep women strong.
I love that you're doing that. It's great.
Yeah,
Very empowering.
it's fun, it's enjoyable for sure,
It's great.
so, yeah.
And do you live in the area or you?
I currently live in Nampa.
Oh, not far.
I'm moving back to Boise.
Okay.
Yeah, I grew up in Boise. It's way better.
So,
I think she lives in Nampa. Do you live in Nampa?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not from Idaho, I haven't been on teams or there's no fighting like where people are from.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't have hometown.
so where are you from?
I'm not from anywhere. I
Oh.
was a military grad.
Oh, military.
A lot of my family lives in Georgia, but I don't have a hometown.
Yeah.
I was born in Beaufort, South Carolina. We were there for a year and then
Wild.
left. So, yeah, people are like, where are you from?
So you're a little nomad.
Yeah.
But is this home now or?
Yeah, currently.
Perfect. Love it. That's
I never
great.
plan on being anywhere forever. And we've been here for 4 years and we're in our 3rd place, so
Oh,
I move every year or 2. Even when I'm in an area, you know.
mm-hmm.
But I think we'll be here for a little bit, so just developing professionally, getting our careers going.
That's awesome. And you said you're a counselor. Nice. How about you? Moscow is home. What's that?
I grew up in Tampa and went to U of I and I just stuck in the area.
Is it snowy up there? Or you
No, I'll be driving through.
You will. Well, be careful. I've been to Moscow in years.
It's a nice community.
It is. Yeah. We've had a little upheaval. I have a son that went to U of I. Daughter-in-laws, they love it. It's home for them. Like there was a game, there's been a couple games last. U of I think there's a U of I game last night, or was there? They were talking about it. I feel like I could care less about games. So I was like, I should pay more attention so we don't talk about that. They were all excited about it. Maybe. Is that one?
Yeah.
Football?
No, I think basketball.
Oh,
I think it was basketball. Yeah, I think college football's more, right? Yeah. Yeah, basketball. So you used to go to Debbie's studio in McCall.
I actually only went once.
Oh.
She came up and did a guest workshop in Moscow in the studio that I was going to. And so I saw her for the first time. And then one winter we had a getaway in McCall and it lined up with another class that she
Oh, fantastic. I miss that studio in McCall. It was lovely.
tell me about your music machine.
A harmonium?
A harmonium.
It's called a harmonium. And it pumps like an accordion with air.
Yeah, I saw you maybe pressing.
Yeah.
And I kind of heard the difference of the noise.
Yeah. And it, has keys like piano, and they're different names. I mean, it's still a C and a D. So C.
Just like a couple octaves worth. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, there's some that are bigger, some that are smaller. Yeah, it's a pretty good size one. Yeah, it's nice. But, yeah, plays like, I mean, I've never played an accordion, but, or an organ, how it pumps. So, yeah. I was planning on doing the Gayatri Mantra, but I've had a cold for weeks. My voice, we'll just talk about it. Plus, it's a hard one to learn, so. But, yeah, it was right before COVID, I guess, a couple years before COVID, I started taking lessons, and then did that online during the shutdown of the world as we knew it. So it was fun to learn. And it's lovely. It's good to bring in unity. Plus, we're getting into throat chakra now, soon, in a minute, but the vagus nerve, the vagus nerve, one of the ways to tone it, there's only a few ways, meditation is great, movement, and singing. That's why it can be so freeing, and so chanting, especially with mantra, because those deep seed syllables are so powerful in tapping into some of those power centers, I guess, chakras. Yeah, it's fun. Okay. There we have that. So, anything you want to talk about before we move on? Any questions or insights? Awesome. Okay then. So from those questions, from those values and attributes that you honed in on, from the questions, has anybody ever created a mission statement before? No, yes. It's a really interesting thing. Done it for professional work, done it for personal, like when I was a young mom, I don't remember, maybe it was through a yoga course, I don't remember how I did it. But it's a really interesting thing to create a mission statement. They're pretty small, so you kind of pull in the things that, these reflections, prompts, and a mission statement contains keywords that are meaningful to you, much like a sutra. So the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, sutra, like the suture, medical suture, it's a stitch, and if you think about how if you pull a stitch apart, that thread unravels and becomes bigger. And in, I would say all the sutras, but especially in Patanjali sutras, not all the sutras, but Patanjali sutras are, very compact, potent, phrases that when you pull them apart, they start having a deeper meaning, but condensed into this, so the one that I'm thinking right now is tapas svajaya ishvara panikam, which means tapas is not like the Greek tapas, but tapas is heat, fire. It's a shining, disciplined effort. It's the getting up and going to work out before you have to go to work, even though you don't want to work, getting up and running because you've made that commitment, even though it's freezing outside or, whatever those commitments are that you don't want to do, but you do it because you've committed to that. It's not the hamster wheel, turning on turning off the snooze button so that you can stay in bed. It's being dedicated and doing a disciplined, heated work. So the idea of heat, like to refine impurities of gold, you gotta have heat to refine that. And it's the same idea. You bring in heat, you bring in some of that deep effort, and that's the refiner's fire. So that's tapas. Svajaya is a really great word. It means the self studying the self. And it's the idea of not only understanding and seeing yourself, but whatever you are endeavored in, whatever you're studying. So it's the practice of yoga, you are in the practice, you're learning it, you're taking it, not just as a student, but more of a disciple, I guess. You're really giving yourself to whatever those teachings are so that you can start to understand yourself in those teachings, but also observing yourself in the way you live through life. So the Sajjaya is self-study of self. And then the last part is like a 3-part transformation encoded in the sutras. Tapas, Sajjaya, Ishvara, Pranayama. Ishvara is a placeholder, or much like in the Gayatri Mantra, whatever is bigger than you. This idea that, again, it's not dogmatic, but it could be. If that's what's, that divine to you, or it could be the earth, or it could be the universe, or it could be just this idea of higher purpose, big magic, I guess is Gilbert would call it. But so Ishvara is a placeholder for whatever is divine to you, and Pranidhana is the surrendering and letting go. So this idea of you do the work, you observe yourself doing the work. It's not hamster wheel, hit the snooze button 5 times before you finally get out of bed and do the thing you don't want to do, but you do it with heated effort, observing yourself. And then you surrender that and let it go to recognizing whatever it is, getting up and running is going to benefit you, or getting on your yoga mat and practicing, even though you don't want to, or you got a million other things going on, it's going to benefit you. Even if you almost talk yourself out of it. So it's that idea of a deep letting go because you're doing the work. So mission statement, back to mission statement. It's like sutra, condensed and meaningful to you. And much like the sutra, it can be something that's unpacked to reveal what guides your actions and choices in whatever endeavors that you are, that you want to implement in your vision, in your dharma, in your purpose. So, the course of this week or whatever, today, next few months, however you work, but to start to think about the answers that you've journaled about and put them together in a mission statement for you now, which could change. Mine's changed a little bit. Yeah, no, a lot, because I'm not my kids are not home. I've got grandchildren. That's different, but similar in those attributes that I still hold pretty close to me. So it's not a final draft, it's just sort of like a first round for clarification, give you some insights. So that is the idea of the browser. Then from that, this is where the throat chakra, it's associated, and the colors came in with chakras later. They weren't ever talked about in the ancient yogic texts, more of a 70s hippie thing. But that said, a lot of people can really relate to some of those colors, and the throat chakra is associated with the color blue. So if you think of your voice, your truth, there's some phrases I can think of that have blue in it, right? That, she could talk till I was blue. I could talk till I was blue in my face, and they didn't hear me, right? Or he could talk blue streak. It's really interesting how some of those come into place. But the throat center is associated with your truth, your voice, your ability to comprehend and understand, includes the ears, and the whole listening, not just talking. And in integrity. Well, lots of other things too, but that's really kind of where you start to speak those core values that are meaningful to you. And this is where I would invite you, if you want to just pair up, you sit side by side and it's really fast. In fact, I always think it goes way too fast when I'm doing it. So, but that's okay. It's great. You sit next to each other, shoulder to shoulder, and one person will put on their listening ears, and the other person will just start to express maybe how you owned into your 3 values, or what you know, some of those questions. You're going to answer some of those questions about what you're into yoga, or what you, I'm getting to the questions now. You know, what you see yourself contributing into the world, or anyway, you just talk a blue string for a minute. And then you'll switch, and the talker will be listener, talker, and then when you're both done, then you can have a little conversation about that if you'd like. So that's the deal. That's what we'll do for the throat chakra. And go. So just pair up. And I'll set a timer when you're ready. And you don't have to talk about anything that's, too personal if you don't want to. Shoulder to shoulder. The idea of shoulder to shoulder is sometimes when we look at each other face to face, we can kind of forget where we're at. But shoulder to shoulder is looking out together, but also pulling into that deeper witness. So let me get my timer up.
I think I should put you shoulder to shoulder. I should probably introduce it.
Yeah, you can introduce yourself.
Okay.
All right. Ready? Do you know who's talking? Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
It's sort of confusing. The relationship I'm in, the creative incubator for the last year or so. And so I'm not educated about it, and the changes like the synthesis practice, supporting people differently, growing out of those or and incorporating it as part of that.
So it was important to me.
So going to the quality or like the visions, attributes that are important to me. It was really hard to narrow down. I started with 10 and 55. And so it was 3 25, so I feel like I'm not sure what came out of those 3, at least for now, is community, creativity, and health. I really do feel resonant, like creativity is super, super important to me. I think that this process I've been mostly like mentally, but now it's starting to like materialize. And starting this program is a big step in that. Like acting on things that I haven't been envisioning and wanting to do for a long time. But just having like creative freedom and how I spend my day and how I do my work. Like I don't want to work. I worked in this game for 15 years and I don't want to be part of like corporate medicine, or I don't have like huge business that's just like all they care about is money. And not actually doing things that like help people live better lives. So creativity is like a real foundational part of this process like this. But the community piece I think is significant because I want to have like individual clients, but also like treat yoga classes and summer retreats and just offer like experiences.
I actually let you go to 2 minutes, and that's 2. So because I love what I hear. I can't really hear, but I love the energy, and so I was like, I'm just gonna let it go. So now Please listener, listener becomes stalker.
It's when I want to have a conversation and go, oh my God.
Isn't that crazy?
So I'm gonna try to ignore everything you said. And
All right.
just talk about me, and then we can like.
Yeah, that's what we'll do. Yeah. Do yours, do yours and then we'll engage.
Yeah. this-
Yep, absolutely. Okay. You ready?
So I kind of picked out, I did count, that's like 13 of these dots. I ended up going with some awareness, acceptance, and peace. And I've moved around my entire life. I don't really have a community, never had this. I don't actually expect to have one. Very much just sort of lived nicely like on my own. I had jobs working in mental health. I cannot have a boss. I hate dealing with corporations and organizations, so I work for myself now. I'm very successful, very happy, but there is something I'm afraid to tap into that I had when I started as a counselor. I was very much ready, like willing to like go to this place with clients, and it's got just more and more closed off, and I know that's about me. And so yoga is something I did in the past that helped not only with sonic physical aches and pains, but it helped with like the meditation aspect of it. Really helped my mental health. I was diagnosed with autism last year. I was attacked by my body my entire life. And this is the only thing that allows me to like, not even relax, like say something that's but to like, it's okay, acceptance. And the acceptance is the huge part. So in order to have that self-awareness of what's going on all the time, it's self-acceptance and then just seeking inner peace. I don't expect perfection. And my goal is not to be a yoga teacher, so I must understand this for my own edification, my own ability and comfort to tap into those really experiences so that I can also understand my friends. So that's where I'm really at a wall, and I'm trying to get just to that place where I'm comfortable. First,
And that is 2 minutes.
if that makes sense.
Okay. Now, you can do a little exchange with each other. It goes fast, huh? We'll talk about, expound or just get a little more understanding and insights. Well, there's no timer on this. Just tell me when you're done. I'm gonna go and use the roll.
These are the parameters that you're supposed to work with, and this is what you do for each person. There's a lot of ways. And it does need to touch on the fact that a lot of times the work is not possible to complete in a timely manner. There's really just not documentation and seeing clients that we can just not help their so I work for a few employers. Mostly are creating their own branded, because they're going to see they describe what's happening in our culture, like it's kind of the way work culture is. It's so rare not to find something like that with friends, something that's supportive of human experience and values and employees. So a huge goal for me was to work for myself. So I didn't have to deal with all that. I could go to practice for 6 months. So that's been really so that really resonated with me. We were like, I want to know this way to fill out the way I will be helpful and healing for people. So,
Yeah.
there's a similarity there.
Yeah, I understand a little bit and when I transitioned, kind of just my role, like 7 years ago, there was a year leading up to that where I just sort of like, what I had heard some of my friends policy for is being in the box, kids and kids, you're just not programming. Okay, so I get any day were shoppers and people was that license and they feel the exact same way. Check out last year. Love fire, or you don't believe, like, tell me that I'm doing my changes. I just have something to create my own
Yeah. So I took it, but like financial security, I don't know, but it wouldn't be a job, it's like insurance reimbursement for interns and grants. But then it's also like, I don't like to return that news to insurance industry either, you know what I'm saying? So that was challenging cultures and so which I agree. I don't know, this big all sectors contributions in life. So that's where I'm still focused now, especially in advance, but I really, I can tell that I keep it like myself to do it by trusting. You know, the researchers must get their parents. It's interesting looking ways. Then at the very end, they have house or something, you know what I mean? Yeah. I've just started solution.
Financially secure before I
Just the
financially
secure
secure,
health.
free,
And then she came
so
up
my
with
reaction is and I still have that teacher thing that I'm like, it's okay. So it takes a really long time, not only for, I guess, circumstances to shift, but it takes them longer for your belief systems.
Yeah.
So like, hang on,
It was like,
it's not a crisis, it's gonna be okay.
whatever trauma.
So
I'm going through.
on that little list on one of the sheets, it says like,
Or like the next few
Yeah.
times I wasn't back.
yeah, he was like, money is experience, not important, I mean, but it's just help. It's just the thing.
So that's why I just.
So I think that's what you do.
And just focus on, so I'm just chasing all of it, how you remember everything. And I try to solve this, I think.
Yes, so relationships, career goals, money, all that stuff gets better when I like.
Very, what's that?
I'm hoping that just.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not really honestly, I'm just and just plus like your workings, which sometimes is weird to emphasize as an adult, but it's also my time just because of the transfer. It's like on the one hand, I'm making it, I wish I was further than I actually am. Yeah, but I'm also like, not where I was, you know, 4 years ago, you know, so I'm just trying to really trust in that process. But I definitely also want to have maybe more practice. Than I did this last year. I felt like I was just stuck in like a spiral of inaction based on like lots of different things happening around me. Or so that's just kind of mobilized by. So, yeah, starting this program, I guess I thought about it for like a decade. It's just happening now, you know, it's like 10 years ago. It's like, it's just like, I've had enough experiences to realize like that's just what I do. If I have an idea, I think that's something that I'm really long time and this time where you had like all the programs and it's like that whole team had all the resources like this here, you know.
Yeah.
So that's what some of those factors just something about perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah. All the resources were here. Yeah. A lot of perspectives. As much as I know, I don't think I can get some of those.
Yeah.
How are you doing? So, were there similarities between, or completely opposite, or the opposite came back around full circle, or the insights?
We're different people, but the common threads are, I mean, the thread, like, there's a common thread, it's like the same thing.
That's so
The
cool.
same community, I guess.
Yeah.
But different people on different paths.
Yeah, yeah. That's
That's
awesome.
how it felt.
I love it. Very cool.
We were just sharing about our yoga experience.
Oh.
That's just how we knew about it and lots of practice. Kind of along with the words and our vision.
Cool. In our teaching yoga module, I do a presentation. Don't have time to do it because we only have a half hour, 40 minutes, but talk about a pie, right? So think of like, you know, pie pie chart, in quadrants. And, you know, pizza pie, apple pie, cherry pie, I don't care, but, we all come in to our yoga experience sampling different pieces of the pie, right? Some people want the meditation, some people want, you know, in the pie, I call them the athletes and the dancers. They want to move their bodies, which they are completely different than we want. You know, a dancer wants to flow, and the athlete wants to know how it's going to make them stronger, faster, better, or get them to stretch, right? There's something that they love the anatomy. They love, you know, they throw that anatomy bone and they're so excited about it. Or they want to know the degree of the bend of the knee, and they want to know, you know, the biomechanics and all of that engineering stuff. So I call those the scientists and the engineers. And then there's the ones that come in because they love how yoga makes them feel. They're the feelers, they're the emotional healer, the emotional healers, the psychologists and therapists, even though they might not be, but they're in it because of how they feel. And then the fourth component is those that are there for the meditation, or they came for Shavasana, or they want the Rumi quote, or the mythology, or the mantras, or, you know, the sutras. And the interesting thing is, we're all sampling these different pieces of the pie, but we're all getting nourished, and we usually go back and there's something else, right? Like, I didn't think that I really cared about anatomy, but that's really piquing my interest. Or, I used to hate laying still in Shavasana, but I'm a recovering type A, close personality. So, you know, I used to have to vacuum my floor 3 times a day when I had 4 children that were under the age of 8, which is insanity. But, you know, I'm recovering and don't do that now. I couldn't do that. I'm not sure. Maybe that's why I don't have to. But, you know, and I've learned that lying still has really been helpful. Even though I did not, I was the dancer. I came to, actually I had to heal some dancing injuries, but it's really interesting how we start to see, even though we might be so different, how we have a commonality. It's fun. So that's cool. Cool. Okay. One of the reasons that I love when we do this, listening and sharing activities, especially on the path of teaching, it can be daunting. Or speaking in public, even if you're not going to teach, it can be a little scary. Not finding your truth or expressing your truth can be tough. So it's kind of nice to do it. How did you feel about the shoulder? Was that hard?
I don't think we touch shoulders, but.
Oh, you don't have to touch. Okay, you don't have to touch shoulders.
I think that was better for me because you didn't have to worry about, because for me, like, I don't know what kind of eye contact to make, so I'm either not gonna look at you at all, or I'm just gonna look at your face because I think that's what I'm supposed to do. So while she was speaking, I mostly like kept my eyes closed or looked at a gaze point on the wall, but that kind of helped me tune in, and I was trying to like kind of bullet point, these are the things that she's saying.
Fascinating. Love it. It's great.
Yeah, I agree. It's kind of easier to listen to somebody when that's all you're doing and you're not like also looking at them.
Yeah, not
Like interpreting.
yeah.
Yeah, I've done this with my husband. We're both really fiery personalities, and sometimes because we want, listen to me, right? It can get that way. So when we do that, it does offer that opportunity to kind of move into that place of clarity, that, you know, whether you, that focus point that you were talking about, or just the ability to not get caught up in what maybe we'd be taking in visually.
And it makes me want to shut up too.
Yes.
Because you're describing like what it would be like with me and my, I want to interrupt. And I always want my kids kept wanting to interrupt her to say stuff like, oh, me too, or just an impulse, but it was easier to keep it down. I'm not talking right now. And I think that would be harder if we were facing each other.
Yeah, I like that.
Because not interrupting husband is way more difficult.
Oh, so much, yeah,
Yeah.
right?
There's no real filter there.
No filter.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, so in the chakra system, the heart chakra has been described as the bridge between the upper three and the lower three. And the heart chakra governs not just the heart center and the organs of the lungs and the heart, but also the extensions out into our arms and in the back of the heart. So sometimes if you think about that backstabbing pain you can have, or feelings of that, feeling like you've been stabbed in the back, maybe not literally, but that emotional, that's all heart center stuff. And heart, French word for heart is core, for courage. And so it's all of these heart qualities, courage and empathy and connection and compassion and gratitude and abundance, beauty, love, forgiveness. I'm sure there's more, I'm just not thinking it right now. Say gratitude. And it's also how, I use my arms a lot to express myself, but we also show our love, right? We show our love through service, through embrace, through touch, and or our empathy or compassion through our arms as well. So that's part of that. And because our the diaphragm, our breathing diaphragm is the floor, right? For think of the upper three chakras, and the ceiling for the lower three. This ability to tap into our breath and to start to free up some of those tight places, to free up the diaphragm and diaphragmatic breath is really, really great. I forgot about Bill, how he does the ball imagery. It's great. It's really good stuff. But it's, so this idea of the bridge, and this is when we are talking about this top down, the ladder through the chakras. The heart is community and connection. And this is where when you start to hone into this big picture, your vision, big why, I want to hear kind of questions, or thinking about how yoga is evolving in our modern times, or whatever lens you want to look under, that big picture vision, and then into the clarity and insight that comes from the third eye, starting to trust our voice and speak our truths. Then we get into the heart of it. So if, and again, this, because it's the yoga teacher training, it's your bio, or you're going to start teaching in a studio, but it's also for your work. It could be, I'm an artist, so I have to create a bio for my art, which is really hard. Or maybe it's something else, whatever your endeavors and your pursuits are, this idea of putting something together at the heart of you and how you're going to express you out into your community, or class description or whatever your offerings are. Again, it doesn't have to be a teaching idea. It can be outreach. I mentioned that I garden, and I've always just thrown dahlias away because you have a lot of babies. Does anybody grow dahlias? You do?
Yeah, but I never had the discipline to keep going because I was proud of it.
It is so much work.
It's not worth it to me.
Well, I was that way for a long time, and then about 4 years ago, I bought a tuber that was expensive to me. And in the realm of things, it wasn't. I keep telling that to my husband. But so I decided to go into it, and then I started getting involved in, these communities where, they talk die all the time. Like, one of my boys is like, is this like a midlife crisis thing? Why? Could be worse. It's like your Illuminati diaphragm association, but you start inviting people over, you start talking dirt, you talk soil, and you have to talk soil test and all these things. So I guess what I'm trying to say is getting back to this idea of the heart, whatever that outreach is. For me, if I want to, it's the self-study of self. And if I'm going to really be, I got to start to understand soil, I got to start reaching out to people. So that's that idea. It could be any number of things. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. The solar plexus is the Manipura, which money means jewel, and Pura is city of thousand jewels, basically what that Manipura means. And it's your solar plexus is just a couple inches above. Think about where it is. When we're talking chakras, it's not where we can't really, do take a cadaver and open them up, and you can see the chakra discs, wheels spinning around. But it's much like talking about butterflies in the stomach, okay, that's talk, or those kind of feelings. It's an energetic subtle body. So the solar plexus is associated with. By the way, the heart is green. I didn't keep all the other colors. It's not really that. The solar plexus is associated with fire, and it's acting, it's doing, it's will. It's that tapas that I talked about earlier, the disciplined, dedicated effort. And it's the I will, I can. And it's definitely the action-oriented aspect. In Yoga Asana, not a lot of core. Well, there is a lot of core, everything's core. But as far as, you don't really do, there are no bicycles, and there are some things. There's not a lot of core yoga work until you start getting the whole, all the variations of life. And balance poses are definitely core. And really, all of it, if you start thinking about that heated activation that we want in our practice, we can definitely engage core. Core really becomes a part of our breath work, especially in Ujjayi breath and some other strong, powerful practices. But the solar plexus center is this idea of igniting the fire, taking the vision, taking the big ideas, and through, filtering through this idea of heart and outreach and community, and putting it into action, and that disciplined effort that's needed to be able to do that through breaking them down into smaller, achievable tasks, skills. And this could be soft and hard skills. So if your idea is wanting to teach yoga, well, then you need to learn the anatomy. I mean, you don't have to know, unless you want to. It's always available. You don't need to know all the names of the bones or the anatomical terms or biomechanics, unless you want to, because that's where you're moving in, and that's what you feel like is missing in the yoga community. Maybe that's where you want to move in and create something a little more specific. But there's hard skills, but there's some softer skills. So the hard skills would be able to cue, to be able to convey the posture to the class and to get them in it, to understand the alignment of the posture, to understand breath. All of those things would be hard skills as far as yoga goes, and we could apply that to gardening or to painting or singing or writing or lifting weights or any of those things. But anyway. But there's some soft skills as well, whether it's starting to read the room as a teacher, or starting to cultivate empathy, or some of those more subtle, not as recognizable skills. So that's something to think about when you decide to take your vision, your dharma, into your vision, and then how are you going to act on that? And you start to put things together. I didn't really hear it, but I did hear something about retreats. Did somebody talk? Did I hear that word?
Yeah, I'm gonna lead retreats.
Oh. So you're not going to just go lead a retreat. There's some small tasks and skills you're going to have to develop and hone to do that, correct?
Mhm.
Yeah. And that's an idea, which, yay, that's awesome. I love that. So cool. Those are the things that you start to put those tasks together, and those small, action-oriented, achievable tasks to move you towards that bigger vision. And so in the way of moving down the ladder, then we start to move back up the ladder, which is fun. The sacral, so my idea here is that you just do this whole thing, we'll do just a little core, nothing big, don't worry, won't break a sweat. And then we'll do a little meditation, and we'll be done. It's starting right up. But so from the solar plexus, we get into the sacral chakra, which is the basin of the pelvis. It's tapping into your creative aspects. It's collaboration. It's feelings and emotions. It's the watery, if you think of the basin of the pelvis and the container of our reproductive organs. So this idea of how we identify, or how we're able to go with the flow, or if we can't go with the flow, or if we are leaking all of that energy because we haven't tapped into our own roots and our boundaries and our truths. So the sacral chakra is a really great place to, if you're feeling stuck, to move, to go dance, or go move in water. But this idea of tapping into the feeling aspect and allowing the feeling rather than getting, stuck in what you think you should be. Does that make sense? Okay. And then the root. The root chakra, Muladhara, is the base of the spine. It governs legs, it governs the hips, it governs the feelings of being grounded and stable, being rooted, balanced. And much like, you know, you look at, some people look at this and they think, this means so lonely, be anything or whatever, maybe it could be something else. But it's, you know, I look at that and I see hope. And it also gives me so much, because I hate winter, not a winter person at all. So it gives me hope when I start to think about, you know, mapping it all out. Man, I turned my middle-aged lady like bitch. But I digress. This idea of getting into the roots of it and that actualization of you've planned it, you've created the container, and you're going to not only plant the seed, but you're also going to use the skills, use the tasks with that mission in mind, with the vision that you have for your life in mind to actualize the dream and to create a reality. So this is the idea of not only starting and planting the seeds and growing the roots, but also of harvesting and actualizing the fruit and the dream. So that's that. Any questions? That was really quick.
Where's the root again? That's not the pyramid, is it?
The root chakra? It's, no, it's,
I mean,
it's
this is why
fine.
sometimes you see like 6 versus 7 versus like,
Yeah,
depending on where you live.
yeah, there are some bandhas.
Okay.
Did Debbie talk bandhas at all? Sometimes she does during this.
I know she mentioned it.
Okay.
That might be what I'm confused.
So, well, but when we engage the bandhas, that definitely comes into play, and they kind of work together, right? So, that'll be part of the meditation that I'm gonna bring you in. We might not do any more. We're gonna do both, just real quick, because I have to. So, just to a seat, and I have to do a little fire horse. Otherwise, incomplete. So just take a little cat-cow tilt, just with your breath. Traditionally in yoga, you inhale move away from gravity and you exhale towards gravity. I was a fitness instructor and a Pilates teacher before I was a yoga teacher, and it's the opposite. There's a yoga breath ever bothered you?
I often feel the opposite of
Yes.
what teacher says.
Okay, yeah.
That
So,
was like, oh.
Again, I'm gonna quote Rumi, out beyond the right way or wrong way, there's a field. But typically, you exhale around and you inhale and lift. But it could be different for you. It might just change things. Okay, from here, soles of the feet together, take them out wider than bound angle and just move your sitting bones back. And do a little cat tilt here, cat and cow tilt. Debbie calls it cat and dog tilt. But just move with your breath. There's no rush. Just do little undulations. Think about where you feel it in your body. Maybe the roots. Maybe the pelvis, the sacral chakra is. And then bring your knees back up. 2 fingers behind your thighs. Just get a little taller. Inhale. Exhale. Just lift one foot. And then inhale lower. You can keep your fingers behind your thighs. You can start to reach them out. So exhale, lift, inhale lower, or play with your breath. Decide what supports you. If we sustain and support our breath will sustain and support us. Maybe you lift both legs. Maybe you tap toes to the force, a little more core. And think about those action plans, those little bullet points that you might need to fire up your vision and support the dream. Okay, from here, hold. And you can keep your knees bent. You can have your toes on the floor. So for people that are nurturing lower back, might be a good place to be. You can find that. Or you can extend. So Navasana boat pose is one of the main core poses. And then release, we'll look together at the top and hinge, move your hips back and fold. You don't have to go very far. Think about, rather than trying to get yourself closer toward the floor, think about keeping the spine long to allow the alignment, the energetics of the posture, of your breath to move through you. Debbie has a saying, I haven't been to her class in a long time, but she has a saying that you are a unique expression. Anybody know the saying? Anybody take a class enough to know the saying? Bill said it yesterday. I'll have to ask him. Of the universe, embodied as you, something along. So you're the container, and energy's moving through you, the universe. Come back up. And I told you it was really fast. If we had more time, I would maybe a whole plank or something. That's what I do to my class on Sunday mornings, but I wanted to do it. Take your blanket and you'll unfold it, probably pretty wide. And then you'll make a little roll. Wesley. And you'll take your bolster and the couple of blocks create an incline, a ramp situation. Like that. From there, your bottom, foot on the floor, slide right up against the bolster so your lower back is supported. And you'll take the blanket, this roll, over the top of your feet. Then under your ankles and back by your hips. And then come on down. This is reclined bounding pose. You can just allow your arms to rest, your hands to rest wherever is comfortable for you. It aligns well enough. The Maslow's hierarchy of needs and the chakras, there's some similarities. This idea of being rooted, feeling supported and grounded. Basic needs need to be met for us to move into those higher aspects. And as you allow your breath to be soft, natural, through a little visualization. And this time we'll ascend the chakra ladder. So take your awareness to the base of your spine, your roots. The ability that your legs, your pelvis, your hips have the ability to not only stand your ground, if you are rooted, grounded, to be able to move you. Balance between strength ease, freedom. And the second chakra, energy center of the pelvis, sacral chakra, Svadhisthana is the Sanskrit. It's fluid, feeling, emotive place. To allow ourselves to feel, to recognize that we can have emotions and not be the emotions, to be the witness. That we are creative. And unique. To the third energy center, the solar plexus, the navel center. This is the place that our personal heat, our fire, the Agni. So where the English word ignite, our fire, our disciplined, heated effort, our power, our discipline, our strength, our core power, our core strength. And for these three chakras of being grounded, of being balanced, being fluid, expressive and creative, being strong, to the ability to act, to dedicate, to be disciplined in our endeavors. And the affirmation for these lower three chakras. Affirmation: I have nothing to fear. I belong. I am here to share. Move your awareness to the heart space, the sternum, chest. Move your awareness out to your arms, your hands, the way you show, express love, service, compassion, and empathy. The affirmation for this energy center, the Anahata, the heart chakra. I have nothing to promote. I have no agenda to push. I don't have to make people like me. I have nothing to promote. I'm here to connect. Take your awareness now to your throat. Place of your understanding, place of your ability to comprehend, place of your truth, your voice. Take your awareness from the throat to your brow center, third eye, eyelid, place of insight, discernment, intuition. And just imagine of crown of your head, crown chakra, place of unity, unity, of togetherness, oneness, of enlightenment, of deep wisdom and understanding. And the affirmation, nothing to fear. When I stand in my truth, when I allow the creativity to flow, when I act in my power and strength, when I lead with my heart and speak my truth, when I tap into my wisdom and insight, I have nothing to fear. I am open to possibilities. To achieving my dreams. Lower three chakras, I have nothing to defend. I'm here to share. The bridge, the heart chakra, I have nothing to promote, no agenda to push. I'm here to connect. The upper three. When I stand in my truth, when I connect, share from the heart. When I listen to understand rather than to respond, it's clearly I have nothing to fear. I am free to dream, to envision, to realize. Take your time. Bring a little movement in. Come out of inclined bowing. Good. Drag your knees in, roll to your side, come up closer, or you can use your forearms to the lower core. Come on up. Start to align your spine in tall. And do a little baby sit side to side. together at your heart. Just move your knuckles just away from each other. Starting to move into the lotus mudra, but keep the finger pads together. Think of, a little seed hasn't maybe broken through shell yet, still dormant or wintry. Begin to bloom your fingers open into Padma Mudra, the Lotus Mudra. May your practice continue to support your purpose, your dharma. And to remind you of yourself. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. May there be peace in our environments. May we be warriors of peace in our words and our actions. And may we tap into the power of peace that resides within and without. Thank you for sharing with me today.
Lovely. Thank you. It's nice to meet you all.
Thank you. You're welcome. Is there another using this?
Well, you do.
I didn't realize. I should have realized he's here. Hi, Bill. Hi. Do you want them to orient somewhere else?
Where they want it. I think closer is better. So. We got a long drive.
How you doing?
Good, how are you? Been a while.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not the same. I've been here sitting here for a while. Oh, whatever, we don't know.
Oh, okay.
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 No problem.
Do you like blanket or bolster or anything?
Not posting. Okay. But thank you. is there anybody on today or?
I don't
Because
think so.
Because I think it shut off yesterday.
Oh, really? I
Yeah.
think it's still on right now.
Because when I opened it, I came on YouTube this morning
Oh.
and it was on, but it showed me basically laying out and then it was gone. And I did work on it before I left, so and I didn't.
It's on,
and I don't
it's on right now.
It's on right now?
Yeah, I just checked.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry.
It's on.
Yeah, I know, but it turned off yesterday.
Oh,
So because when I got ready to leave, it was black. So.
oh, okay.
Well, so far we're okay.
But I don't know if anybody's on or not. I tend to teach to you all instead of the computer.
I do the same thing.
I just,
Every once in a while, I'll be like,
I have a
oh, I
hard
should
time
smile
with
for the camera.
I
But
figure that you show up and then I'm here. So that's kind of how I look at it. I see, I had COVID. That was
What time does
horrible.
this session end? What time does this, session end? Do you know?
When it is,
Yeah,
so you get finished. I'm hoping before.
okay.
If we get into it, we'll get going.
I might have to leave a little early to grab the kids, but
You better do it.
whatever I don't finish, I'll watch online with you.
No problem. At all. So you all are here, yes, so I didn't, okay, I want to, might go on this one. Doesn't have this one. And then. What's the last one? Oh, I know. So we'll give you a quick rundown of yesterday, I mean, really quick. So if you have any questions of it, because you probably don't know what you kind of discussed overall, because there was so much thrown at you yesterday.
I thought we did okay.
Did you? Okay, well, we just kind of,
I won't be able to define things, but I can see it in my head. You know what I mean?
we did basically 10 different things yesterday, so some of that area. So I just covered, make sure they had any questions on that, and we'll right on. This will be a little bit easier. It's more what you'll be more doing. And teaching as well. What we went over yesterday is more for teachers than just everyday students coming in and have classes. A few of them are important, and you all have students as particular should be. Bye, Kimberly.
Bye, Bill.
Thank you.
Great practice.
I'll see you when we pass again.
Okay.
Do that. Thank you. I'm like, But this is the rough work that you do for each month, right?
No.
The in and the out?
Oh, that's all, everything what it is for your job. But you don't have to. You know, there
I
are
feel like
always
I-
people, there are always be people. as I said yesterday, because they think it's unusual type of breathing. And as I told you yesterday, you do this every night when you go to sleep, okay?
It's not.
But you're not conscious of it. So because you're not conscious of it, you don't know you're doing it. So then you just kind of take somebody's belief, basically. So you've got to figure it out. A lot of this is, it's interesting because even from the, I was thinking about this as I was preparing for your class today again, and I mean, I'm going to jump right into it because you guys can go. So, but, and you know me already, so it's easy to jump in. But, you know, a lot of things we do, like there's 4 of us in here, we're all going to do it a little different. I mean, different ages in here, as I said, just the different sexes. And in the lineage, I'm not saying, I came up through the garden lineage, okay? I was tied to doors and all sorts of stuff when I came up. Because an iron guard is really, everything's got to be just exactly right, you know, and we all got to look the same. Well, we're not built that way. So this lineage, which came from the same individual, Christian Jar, just 2 different teachers coming out at the same time. They were all family too, by the way. That's the interesting part about it. They went on different paths. So that's one thing about teachers. Teachers need to understand, you got to find your path. And this is not what I'm trying to talk today, but it's very important, I think, as a teacher, once you find what works for you and what works for the people that you, because whatever you teach, people will gravitate to what you're doing if they want to be with you, okay, as a teacher. It's just going to happen. People come in and come out of your class, and you won't see them again. So, and people die. A lot of people die. Just got older, no longer with us. So, things change and are really flexible. So just be aware of that. So anything I say has opportunities to shift. I might do it differently than you because I've been doing it for so long. Some parts, you might be doing other things differently right now that maybe you're doing more than I do of that type. So it's always changing. And that's why you have to let the students find their practice. And the only way you do that from the lineage I'm in, which is just what Charles mentioned, is you got to practice. I mean, like every day. So you know, it's not, in most situations, people aren't going to go to a gym, which you were talking about yesterday, or to a studio. First of all, financially, sometimes it's very expensive. So they need to learn to do things in their home. And I've heard every excuse, as I said briefly yesterday, with that. So everybody needs an individual practice. And that practice is going to change. What I gave you, you had 2 sheets I gave you yesterday. That's the 3rd sheet. That's a very simple practice, not complicated, covers everything you need to do for a practice. And it's challenging, but it doesn't have to be challenging. You know what I'm saying when I say that? Everybody can find their practice. Some days I'll take that practice and change it up and add stuff to it, take it away, all sorts of stuff. But I have a foundation always to work from. So, with that said, so just quickly, yesterday, let's jump right into it. The first thing we talked about, of course, is breath work. We talk about shallow breathing. Remember that about 50% of our breath is up in the chest, okay? And we worked a little bit on that at the end of the practice yesterday. History of breath work, we went over that a little bit, real quick. That's number 2. We did mental and emotional health benefits, physical health benefits, accessibility, ease of use with the breath. We discussed that. Sympathetic, fight or flight, parasympathetic, I can actually say it today fast. Rest and digest or calmness with parasympathetic. And that's what we want. We want for this system to be operating under rest and digesting things and into our calmness within us. We talked a little bit about Sterasuka, remember that, where we talked about Vishnu and Anta, which was the serpent, multi-headed serpent that he was trying to ease and steadfastness is how it translates. So just, it's got a little more than that, but that's all we need to know. And then we talked a little bit about prana and apana. Remember when we take an inhale? And when you inhale, the prana goes down. When you exhale, it goes up. That's apana. Those are two of the what they're called vayus. I don't know if you brought that out. That's a V-A-Y-U. The vayus. So there's 5 of them. We don't need to really discuss the other 3 today. But that's igniting that fire, getting rid of the rubbish. Because Agnya, which is fire, which is remember the flame up and down. I gave you the handout. Yeah. All right. And then maintaining or leaking of prana, life force. That's the second handout I gave you. That had that guy sitting like this, and all the arrows that were coming out because his mind was all over the place. Her mind was all over the place. And the other one showed the lines inside the body because that's what we want. The life force, we want to maintain as much life force within us as we can. Again, it's called Pranavayu and Apanavayu. And they're the winds. I didn't say it this way, but they're winds. W-I-N-D-S. And Agnya is fire and life. So we want to burn the rubbish within us. We want to build fire in these practices. And we think, a lot of us think, especially as we begin, I used to think this way years ago, we build fire and go into these asana practices. And you start perspiring and sweating. Yeah, you're building fire, but what you need to build fire is for breath. That's where the fire really is what you're getting the benefit from. The entry, as I said yesterday, is asana. Asana takes you to pranayama. Asana is dynamic movement in most situations. Some of the poses are static, but pranayama is all static. It's different than breath work. Especially yesterday, the last thing we did with the golden light and that thing, that was a static pose. So you were sitting there doing whatever you were doing, but you weren't moving around. You were staying stationary. That is pranayama. Once you start moving into that, it's static. Asana is static and dynamic.
Just really quick, I was trying to remember, did you say when we were visioning the light, does it move up as you exhale?
Yeah, so when you take an inhale, it pushes down.
Oh, inhale pushes down.
Yeah, so prana goes down. I know it's very.
I just, to me, it makes
It makes sense.
It only makes sense because I'm envisioning the air going inside me.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the only way.
But for some reason, the logic, I've had this, I've talked this before.
I mean, it makes you go like this.
You just don't think about it that way for some reason. I don't know. But when you exhale, what happens is you burn this fire down here, the agnya that's down in this location here, comes all the way up. And then, it could go all the way up into the last chakra. Typically it doesn't. So it comes out through your nostrils or through your mouth, whether you're mouth breathing or not. So I would, if it was me and doing that, I would keep my mouth closed, but you want to do it if you were going to open it, you'd open it only on an exhale. So, because a lot of people do inhale, exhale, it just depends on the people, but everybody's a little different. So, find out who your students are. I mean, you got 25 people in there, it's so difficult to deal with what I'm saying. But when you're the 3 of us, yeah, we can have discussions and we can pull, well, what about this? Why does it not feel right? Or whatever it is, That's why, to me, small classes sometimes are more beneficial. Getting big classes is pretty much awesome all the time, the postures. Let's see. We started introducing pranayama. We talked about seated positions, 4 or 5 different seated positions. Without one of Padma, which is, remember, we cross both legs, which is probably the most difficult of all. Siddhasana, which is the aspect of the legs come down. Sarasana, which is basically one leg's up. And then Langriya, which is Virasana, where the legs are out and you're bringing it back. This is more challenging than when you're sitting like this. And with that said, that's when you might want to use blankets or something, especially if you have an older population that you're working with. Blankets, because they really have problems in the knees. I have no problems in my knees and hips. So you really want to be aware of those things. And so that's when your props can come in, be helpful for you. I saw you did some restorative in just a few minutes ago. Those are great to work with as well. I don't do as much restorative as I used to, but I used to teach restorative all the time years ago. So the props, I'm a little bit different in that. I really need to do a little less and not as much, and try to see if you can let go without going into restorative. But with that said, every pose is somewhat restorative, depending on how you approach it. In my opinion, but everybody's got to work that out themselves. So we talked about that, and the chair as well. Chairs are good too. Always remember chairs are good too. I taught chair yoga for years too. That's usually your older populations or somebody that's injured or something like that. You want to get them back in the studio as much as possible, or whatever, how you're working. And then we ended that with the belly breath work, which is the golden light thing. So that's kind of what we did yesterday. Seemed like it was, hopefully you understand what we talked about yesterday. If not, you will over time, okay? I did say this, and I'll say it again before I start this one, and this is so important. The slower the breath, you heard this from yesterday from me. The longer the movement, the stronger the effect. The stronger the breath, the slower the movement, the longer the effect. My teacher, Mark Whitwell, which hopefully I can talk to him late this afternoon by web. If you ever have him, or if you go to the web and look at Mark Whitwell, there's tons of videos of Mark. And he's kind of a good guy, he's older than I am. And, but he travels all over the world, as I said yesterday. And, but I've seen him in practices where he has younger men come into his classes, and they're from maybe the Ashtanga lineage. I don't know if you've ever practiced Ashtanga, but it's a very intense practice. And Pattabhi Jois, who was again one of Krishna Acharya's students, came up with that practice, and it's a fairly aggressive practice, I would say. So these students would come in and they would stand, and everybody, they would come in and he'd be teaching class, and they were just like this, and everything had to be just mechanical almost. So he'd come around and just go, put his foot and say, open up your legs, soften your knees, soften your shoulders, soften the body. That's hard for some of us, especially when you're younger. Everything like this, you want to move, but but the body will not hold, you cannot substantiate not substantiate, but sustain that practice as you get older. It's too hard on the physical body. So it's funny to watch them resist it, because he'd walk off, they'd turn around and put the feet back together and do exactly the same thing that he asked them to do. So, and at first time I saw that, I went, God, I didn't somebody come into class and tell me not to do that if I was doing it. But he wants you to think about this practice, and the one I'm trying to represent to you, is that it's a softness within the practice. It's not aggressive, it's not something, it's again, the slower the breath, the longer the movement. You want more movement. The longer the movement, the stronger the effect. The stronger the breath, the slower the movement, the longer the effect. That's such a huge statement. Just a little bit yesterday when I was in child's pose going into Cat Arch 1. Cat dog, if you're familiar with this one. I did Cat Arch 1, Cat Arch 2 to be now. So you start feeling what's going on. Remember I told you yoga's about feeling yesterday? Yoga's about feeling. It's not about trying to get somewhere. We have this tendency that if we look at it, especially as people from the United States, or just the Western philosophy, everything's somewhat aggressive. The body can't substantiate it. It cannot take that abuse over time. That's why we have the books people are writing on injuries. I've got some of those books in my house. So just something to think about, okay? I gave you this yesterday. I'm not going to spend time on this because I want to make sure that you guys can go home quickly. But this handout is huge. And as I said, there's 3 pages, but I gave you the last page today, which is a workout. This covers pretty much every pranayama method that we'll discuss today. Though I won't probably discuss all of these because some are a little more complicated, so unnecessary. So we'll kind of learn some basic ones. And I think any 3 of you teach yoga right now?
I'm just a counselor, so I teach this stuff all the time.
You teach it all the time?
Yeah.
Okay. So, some of these you may be familiar with. So when I go through it. But from my lineage, Anuloma, if you're looking at this, if you can, if not, I can let you know. But Anuloma Ujjayi and Viloma, we'll discuss this today, maybe do it if we have time. But that's taking basically alternate nostril breathing and Ujjayi together. And one thing I do want, as I get into this, one thing I do want you to really remember is, if you're doing Ujjayi with alternate nostril breathing, for example, which is Anuloma Ujjayi and Viloma Ujjayi, also Pranayama Ujjayi, which is a little bit more complicated than the other 2. I definitely start with the other 2 first. But you don't want, if you're doing Ujjayi, anytime you're doing Ujjayi, you do not want to do Ujjayi with one of your nostrils closed. So what I'm saying is, for example, I'm on Ujjayi. So I'm here in alternate nostril breathing. I'll get into this in a minute. So let's say I'm going to take Ujjayi, close my right, exhale to my left. Release. Now my nose is back open. Close my left, exhale with my right. That's one. So did you get the picture? So the picture is not good physically to close one nostril and try to do it Ujjayi. It's not good. Not good physically. Okay? So just aware of that. Okay. So you have this, and you also have the first page, which is this. I teach. This is my methodology for the aspect for teaching. I'll say this over and over and over in my classes because I want them to understand it, and I want them to be able to. I want to create. Everybody know what soft scars are? On your psyche, from the day you took your first breath, you've created certain etchings in your psyche, and they're called samskaras. They're neither good nor bad unless you think they are. So if you've got a hang up about something, it's usually a samskara. If you have something that's like, oh, this is the best thing in the world, and that could be a samskara. So we all have samskaras. Like I said, unless you make them bad, they can be bad. You want to make them good, and then how many times have that thing's go right with you, and then I got this brand new thing, and all of a sudden you bang the car like a car. And somebody hits you, or you open your door in the parking lot, and you hit somebody else's door, and you put a ding in a big car. That's a samskara. Especially if you hold on to it. And every time you open that door, you get upset about it. You're not going to say anything, but you always remember it. So, those are etchings. So, what I'm saying is, I want to create an etching on my students by saying it over and over and over and over and over and over and over until they just realize it. We all have some scars. Your parents created some scars. The people you work with create some scars for you, depending on how it's just part of who we are. I just think if you really think about the body itself, for example, you will never know what you really look like. You will never see your face. Really. You'll see images of your face, but you will never see your face. You'll see pictures, but you will never see your face. So how do you know what you really look like? How do you know what I really look like except what you project as an image of me? Just something to think about.
I assume it's all distortion and don't very much filters.
Yeah, well, it is. And then you filter through who you are. And it's neither good nor bad unless you think it is. You're exactly right. It's funny, that's why we have some of the aspects. I don't know if you've ever done this. I have. It's kind of weird. Go to a mirror and just stare at yourself for a while. Look right into the eyes of the mirror. See how long you can stay there. It's a very interesting and strange experience. That's kind of free information stuff. I hope we can talk about today. But there's so much more to this practice than just showing up. You know, there's so, as you practice more and more, and really dwell into what we're talking about, other things. There's a lot out there we just don't know, you know, not yet. All right, so let's get right into this so we can get you going. So this is something this is from my teacher, and I just wanted to share it with you because I think it's really good. And he got it from Desmond Char, which came from Christopher Char. So this is called prerequisites for pranayama. These are things that before you go to pranayama and work with students, what you want to really know about. So reasonable mastery of asana practice. So before you introduce pranayama to someone or some class, you want to have some kind of reasonable mastery or expectation from the people that you're working with. You don't want to take somebody too far, too quick. That's why we're going to start off with just very simple type of different practices. This does not mean that the practitioner needs to become a super flexible asana guru, which I totally agree. It's just you need to know where they are, who they are, what are their limitations, you know, and you teach, and when you work with people after a while, you've had half a dozen times, you got a pretty good idea of what's going on there, or you should. Depending on the size of your classes, of course. If large classes, between 35 people, it's kind of difficult. So, reasonable mastery of the asana practice, mastery of the breath in asana. So, that's why I use Ujjayi, because that gives you a point. It's a little bit hard to do belly breathing, which I just said yesterday to you all. I did that when I first started teaching 16 years ago. Because that's kind of what I learned. I didn't really learn Ujjayi from the very beginning. But you saw me yesterday from the standpoint, I really extend as much as I can. I don't work fast. I don't really slow that down if I was in my own practice. So, it changed. I want to master that aspect as the body movement is the breath movement. So the breath movement, the breath is the teacher to the asana. In your practices, have you ever felt tight in your physical practices? You know, for most of us, it's either the hips, maybe the shoulders. You might have some of the legs, just depending on your ages. But it's our calves. Calves are another prime example. So it gets tight. That tightness is because the body doesn't know where your mind is going to take it. So what it does, it tightens up. So if it tightens up, you're trying to get somewhere like you're not there. And that's not what the practice is about. It's about allowing yourself to relax. If you stay with the breath, the body loves the breath. The breath loves the body. So they got this relationship. But if the mind is in this, well, if you go a little bit harder, everything will be better. You don't want to do that. You want to soften as much as possible. That's what you're looking for. So that's what I'm saying, is mastery of the breath in asana. Because pranayama is focused on the breath, and it's essential to become comfortable and to control the breath during asana. You want yourself to be able to control that breath. If the body's tense and hurried, you can't do that. Your mind's taking care of wherever you are, trying to fix it, whatever it is. You don't need to do that. You just need to let go. Say, there, just let go. I have found that alignment, and we talk a lot about alignment, but everybody's alignment is different. I mean, I've got you three physically a little different. I do. So alignment, they've got to be able to find alignment. Yes, you can give them the pose. The pose is a basic premise. I mean, that's how to tell all the students. You know, you think what this pose is supposed to look like? Go to the web, look up Warrior One, which you all should know by now. Go look up Warrior One, come back and tell me which of the Warrior Ones you looked at, which are probably about 30 or 40 of them, which was the right one. Because they all look different. There's some that don't look like Warrior One. So what I'm saying is, just because you learn something doesn't mean that's appropriate. You get a certain alignment, but then they've got to figure out what that alignment is fit, and you don't force them into something else. So I think that's what we're trying to say here. And the ability to sit comfortably with a straight back. So again, we're talking about this down this time. Qualities of pranayama. Attention is focused on the breath. So again, as we talked about before, it's going back to child's pose in cat arch 1, cat-cow. Stay, let the breath be the teacher. The breath will take you where you need to go. And I tell you, it sounds easy, it's not. Especially when you begin doing it. So naturally, begin with the mind often wanders off somewhere else. Right now, your mind can be wandering off as I talk to you. As I told you this yesterday, my mind would be wandering off. I'm sitting there just looking at you, talking to you, and I could be at my house. Or when are we going to be finished? Or, you know, all these little things come up. So just remember that. You're going to deal with that. And it's something that you need to share with your students. You know, then, you know, if they practice, they'll see it. If they don't practice, they're always going to have some challenges. It's just part of it. So simply bring back focusing on the breath. Remember, focus attention in one direction. It also serves to keep us very aware of how our breath is doing in the pranayama practice we have chosen to do. So whatever you're doing, stay focused on whatever you're doing. If you're doing forward folding, halfway up, all the different things that we do, stay focused on the breath. It's not about the pose. The pose will happen when you have step. For you. And then incorporating Durga and Sukhasana, which is basically Stira Sukha, but it's working more so with the breath. So Durga means the breath is long and steady. And Sukha means the breath is fine and subtle. So it's kind of like Stira Sukha, easy, steadfastness. It's just how we're implementing it with the breath. Each one can affect the other. For example, trying too hard to make the breath very long and steady might also make it loud and heavy. Make it loud and heavy, which then compromises Sukha. So just think about it. 3 stages of practice. Remember, this is the qualities of pranayama. 3 stages of practice. As with asana practice, we begin pranayama gradually with shorter breaths, building up to peak of longer breaths with retention, suspension, then gently reduce the breath back to where it began. So inhale from above, exhale from below. Inhale from below, exhale from below. Three stages of the practice. This was a big one. Suits the individual. As with all yoga practice, pranayama also needs to be relevant to the person doing it. So just throwing, today you'll have a little more time, but in most situations, they come in, get ready for asana. Most people don't even do pranayama in practices. I find myself the same way because the times are so short in the studios. Most people are coming in looking for asana, not looking for pranayama. But pranayama is so important because that's where the asana is the entry point. Pranayama is what you get from it. The heat is built from breath, not from pranayama. If you've done it, taught gyms, you know it's all about physical practice. Taught those classes. And they'll leave if they don't break it up too much. They won't stick around because they don't want to do this. But it's so important. Understanding this part is actually the most important part of my opinion, the most important practice. The body will relax. For example, asking an atheist to focus on a Hindu mantra during breath retention might not be the most appropriate choice, which is probably true. Likewise, a practitioner whose goal is to maximize relaxation will better serve with suspensions after the exhale rather than retentions after the inhale. Exhale, then the exhale. Likewise, a practitioner whose goal is to maximize relaxation will be better served with the suspension after the exhale rather than the retention. So, in some poses, you're not going to be clear especially in most practices, really inhale exhales. But through practice, you'll start to learn to do that best in your life. And that forward fold is going to be an exhale. But some people will probably do the opposite. You'll feel it because you won't get involved with activity and all these other things that may happen. But it's good sometimes to take a class and try to reverse it. Just a little bit, see how it feels, because it feels odd. It feels odd. So that's what he's trying to say here. Predetermined breath and count ratio. I would not get into count ratios and rushing of class.
What do you mean by that?
Let's go back what we did yesterday. 4 pound, like for example, if we're doing, as I said yesterday, in this little word, you'll probably learn if you know, if you haven't already learned it. Kumbhaka, breath retention, breath suppression, kind of what I was just talking about. So when I inhale, maybe when I inhale, look down 4 like you did yesterday. And then I'm going to hold the breath for count of 2. Don't 1, 2. Then I exhale, make the count of 6. I'm not going to hold that's a 0. I'm going to inhale. But you can, I could have done Kumbhaka there, but maybe I didn't. So there's lots of all these different little ratios that the body's going to feel different the way you deal with it.
So were you saying you don't recommend doing ratios in classes?
Not unless you know the class, because it can get complicated with them. I mean, if you get them to just breathe, and with an effective breath work, that's number 1 in my opinion.
You teach the foundation and then you say, by all means, take what works, discard what doesn't, experiment, trial and error. You don't have to stick with this, like.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, you're like, let's all do it for a minute together and then see what kind of feels natural. Don't force yourself to hold or count to 5 or whatever.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. And going back to what we were talking about yesterday, if you're only getting 50% of the breath work here, you know they're not going to be able to do. Possibly, if you've been practicing for years and years and years, they're not going to be able to do that. I mean, I can hold my breath for quite a long while now.
I think it's really hard because everybody's body is different. Like I have really big lungs for the size of my body, and so I never feel like I'm.
Are you athletic? Do you do other chin stuff?
Yeah. I just have like a really long torso.
You would.
And so it's always distracting in classes when they're too. They got too much. Yeah, because it never feels like in sync with what I'm actually.
That's it.
So
that's really
that feels right for me.
Yeah.
And that's an excellent observation. But that's where you actually, because of that, you want to have your own individual practice because then, you, as you said, you experiment. And there's quite a few books out on playing, for a better lack of term, we're called playing with breath. They'll give you breath ratios to work with. In fact, this book here has a few of them. This book is a really good book if you don't have it, because it's got, like I said, the Yoga Sutras there. It's got different types of practices at the back of it. It's basically the whole aspect of yoga itself.
Is it the verb?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one has a lot of the like in and out. I find those pictures, I think that was the one that has,
Yeah, that's
where it
right.
has the arrows, like the sheet you gave us. That made more sense to me than some.
The Heart Yoga and Yoga to the Heart, both of them. Yoga to the Heart is Mark Google's book, but he's got 4 or 5 books with. And that one gets into more the tantric aspect of it. Tantric aspect of it. So he's got the Hidrij Sutras in there, which is really good. And learning, because in the practice I try to teach balance. Male and female balance is not this not the thing that once in our society, what's more prevalent?
Patriarchy.
Yeah, it is. And so it's not balanced. So where we're looking is for a balance here between the two.
Maybe
And it has nothing to do with your sex, okay? It has nothing to do with that. That's the first thing about it is if you have both those energies within you, kind of segue in just a second. I said yesterday, there's 3 hearts. You have physical heart, you have the Anahata chakra, which is right below the sternum, which is the heart chakra. And over here you have the Hridaya, the causative heart. So what it says in and you only see that through the tantric threads. The causative heart is the first heart that actually supposedly in your mother's womb that materializes. It's energetic, you can't see it, but the yogis knew it was there. It's kind of like the Nadi system. You can't see the Nadis. There's 72,000 in what we teach. In some lineages more, some lineages less. But they map the whole body out. You've probably seen them if you haven't. They're in this book. But within Hatha Yoga, 72,000 bodies. Science today is finally recognizing that they say, yeah, there's a sick energy system in there. And the comparison is in comparison to, this is good, kind of what we're talking about. It's comparing, you can't see them, so you just kind of have to believe it, but it's very similar to your nerves. You can't see the nerves, but I'm moving bones around and feeling things, I'm seeing things. That says we have nerves, okay? So the Nadi system is the energetic system within the yogis have. Chakras are involved with it, going back to that Shishini thing, and the Pingala, which we're going to get into a little bit more, and Ida. Ida is feminine, moon. Pingala is masculine, fire, sun. And they basically are at the base, which I showed you on that handout I gave you. And then when we get into the alternate gospel preaching, those two complete themselves in the nostrils. The Kundalini, that same kind of serpent that's lying dormant supposedly in the body, basically the base. Perineum is different on a woman than it is a man, it doesn't matter. But with that said, if you engage that Kundalini, supposedly it's supposed to rise all the way up, and it goes all the way up to the crown. The others, Pingala and Ida, they come right with the nostrils. So they kind of wrap that system wraps basically, it comes up, the chakras. They go through the chakras as it comes up. So it energizes the chakras, and that's why the alternate nostril breathing, if you stay with it long enough, you feel more energetic, depending on how you do it. I'll talk about that a little bit more, because it can actually be stuff, depending on how you work with it. We talked about that. So that I think a little bit, just to give you a little basic from the standpoint of why we do awesome, pranayama, some of that aspect. If you have any questions there. I did asana practice prepares and supports pranayama, which we kind of already talked about that. And the results, which I would hope should be positive. So, and I think you know that too. In more detail about that. Let's see. Okay, prana centers in the body, movement when there is a positive change in the mind. So what we're trying to do here is change the mind. As I said yesterday, first chapter, second verse. Remember, the Yoga Sutras weren't original. Were not written chapter and verse originally. Okay? They were brought down verbally. Now we have a book form. But Yoga Chitta. Yoga is cessation, it's only one interpretation. Okay? Cessation of the mind stuff. So all we're trying to do in this practice is try to calm people down. Be more aware of what really is going on. All you're experiencing now is reality. Because you are reality. As my teacher says, you are the power of the cosmos. I need you to view the universe. We're not trying to get to the universe, you are the universe. You're the power of the cosmos, the beauty of the cosmos, the intelligence of the cosmos. Well, if those are all true statements, what are you trying to get? I'm not saying to believe what I'm telling you. In fact, I tell all my students don't believe anything I'm saying. Because you got to figure it out. I haven't figured it out, you haven't figured it out. And I could be wrong. I'll admit that. But I should feel better when I'm practicing and understanding what's going on and I back up. And I don't hold on to all these different samskaras as we talked about for those. Good or bad. And that's not to say I'm going to say I don't get mad and I don't all I do. But I'm better at it than I used to be. Trying to not do it as much. Okay. Typically, the change can primarily be observed with our relationship with others. You know, can you think about somebody that triggers you anytime you see them? I can. Yeah, we all can. Wouldn't it be better that you didn't have that trigger every time you saw them and you had a little more compassion for them? Because everybody's got things going on in their lives. Yeah. We all do. We all have minds. We're all dealing with something. Without prana, there is no life. Okay, we've already talked about prana value and prana value, so I'm not going to go there. Okay, let's get into Ujjayi. Okay, so I'm going to use Yesachara. Okay, Ujjayi. Basically, Ujjayi translates what clears the throat, masters the chest. What clears the throat and masters the chest. So as I said yesterday, you're drawing your breath from the larynx, basically. The glottis and glottis. I'm not going to go into the night sleep because I already went through that with you all. And And so I'm nice and tall. I use the jive and awesome. Pretty much everything I do. Awesome. And pretty much if you practice what you do. So it's a really easy. It builds heat. It creates steadfastness. It composes. For me, it really, especially as I slow it down, I feel so much better physically in using it because I'm having a more breath in, and I'm allowing myself to breathe back out. And it's pretty much, yeah, I use it in but basically what I'm trying to tell you is that you're trying to equalize the inhale and exhale as much as possible. You can change that, but most of what I do is something. So the aspect of inhale, exhale, my song is unequal inhale, exhale. So some of it is equal. So inhale, exhale, somewhat equal. That's going to create your movement being about the same. That makes sense what I just said. So what I'm saying is if I was in, well, I'll just do it. My legs can use it. So if I'm in, so I'm already drawing, I need to almost go into it when I come into. So I need to start to draw from the epiglottis. The breath is traveling through the nostril and the mouth is closed. You can probably hear me. You can probably see my bandhas, because I actually, over the years, my bandhas are a little bit better than they used to be. The body starts to soften. My chin might come down in the jaw and bar bond, throat lock, one of the primary locks. If you're about hip distance apart, I'm in Pada Bandha here. Foot lock. It's a secondary lock. The solid exhale. Pause. Kupaka. It really slows the practice down. As you notice, my joints are always, I do not lock my joints. Ever. I used to. Not anymore. Elbows, same thing. I do not lock my joints. My knees, don't lock my knees. So, if you can find anything, that's fine. I don't lock the joint. Use your muscularity. So, for example, instead of locking the joints, let's say you're doing fourfold, Uttanasana. When you come down, you engage the gaps, you engage the quads, you engage the thighs, you engage buttocks. You don't need to do that in the knees. And over time, the legs will start adjusting to it accordingly, and maybe instead of trying to force it like a lot of us do. The other thing is, in that movement, it's more of this coming down anyway, because you want to feel the length in here. Otherwise, you'll feel that lower back because you're curled back. It's pretty typical. And it's difficult. I mean, no doubt about that. So Ujjayi is, let's see. Well, you all know, you want to try it real quick? Just, you try to do it? Since you haven't ever, I mean, you may have, I don't know, engaged in Ujjayi. Have you done it before?
Let's do it.
Ocean breath? Okay. Just come in and sit in, it's comfortable for you. Make it really simple. What we'll do is just something real simple, okay? None of this needs to be complicated. I don't want to complicate this. Anyhow. So, just if you bring your hands in, I'll show you enjoy this prayer mudra. Kind of soften your shoulders. Yeah, if you need to move around a little bit, it's kind of good for you. And then you're going to draw the breath from the throat, but it's going to travel through. So you're not sniffing, okay? Don't sniff, because that's not what it is. It's actually drawing it from here, from epiglottis, from the larynx. And you'll hear it audibly. Sounds like ocean waves coming in, ocean waves going out. Notice how you start to feel. Just try to connect with it. Let the breath be the teacher, not the mind. Let go. There's nothing to get, you already are. Notice how the body will start to relax, even in a seated posture. The body loves the breath. The breath loves the body. Once you do it a couple more times and you'll exhale. Doesn't matter what the ratio is. When you've done it a couple of times, and when you're ready, inhale the arms up and over, nice and soft on the shoulders. Bring the hands up and overhead. Fingertips face the palms to the slight key, the palms will that bobbing up, like you're holding something special between your hands. It's not real, but you don't want to crush it. Exhale, bring this back behind the base of the sternum. Inhale from above. Pause. Exhale from below. Nice and slow. Work with the breath. It's not about trying to go fast. Inhale from above. Kind of like you're a bird that can fly. Exhale from below. Just stay there for a moment. If your eyes are closed and you open your eyes, please do. So could you feel that? Can you hear it?
I could hear
So you will hear it audibly.
I feel better on the exhale, but inhale still feels really kind of forced, or like I'm not sure. I feel like really tight in my middle.
Yeah.
And then the exhale, then I'm also not sure if I'm doing it right because it feels really like fluffy and floppy in the back.
You could,
I don't know.
especially as you're in. So remember, I've said this quite a few times, it's yesterday and today. The body knows its breath. The mind is what's you're having to deal with. That's what the practice is about. I mean, I'll be honest with you, it's the hardest part of the practice is understanding all the wonderful thoughts that we have going on in the mind are irrelevant to our existence. I mean, it might help you if you've got, the fight or flight, and you need to take care of that. That's good. But beyond that, you need to listen to the breath and feel the body. Listen to the breath, feel the body. And so, with that said, all you have to do is allow yourself, first of all, know that it's something you already been doing, though you don't remember. Okay? And all you're doing is just allow yourself to draw just gently. And let it come up. And just draw and then exhale. The exhale is the easiest part, actually. Inhale, a little challenging. Because we're used to breathing differently. You know, most of us breathe directly through the nostrils. That's what we do. And we're built to do that. I mean, that's how our bodies are built. But this technique is a little different than that. Just think of ocean waves coming in, ocean waves going out. Ocean waves going in, ocean waves going out. They don't really change that much. They came from the ocean, they rolled in, just like you are in life. They break, and they'll ride up to where they start.
Is it important, I know I'm stuck in the light thing, but is it important to imagine that fire there at night? Is that only, is that only during meditation, or do you do that during movement too?
Everything you're doing is doing that. When you're really moving, you are doing that. I mean, that breath is, when you take that inhale, it's going down. As you take the exhale, it's going back up. Just like we were talking last 2 days. So yeah, that's everything you're doing is that you want more breath, more life. You want more breath. So however you get that breath, get it. And that's not an unusual statement in what you're making. I hear a lot. But if you keep practicing and not discounting, one day it's a big deal. And it feels good. So, but that's kind of what it is. And I, truthfully, in my practices, I don't do anything really much more than that. Unless I'm doing a static, because that is not static. That's you're moving that. So, just keep practicing. It'll come. If you want it. If you don't, do something else. That's why we're all different. Okay. So, from there, Nadi Shodhana. Nadi Shodhana, alternate nostril breathing. And if there are any of you not done nostril breathing, you probably have. No? Yes?
I've done it in one class.
One class, okay. So, we have a terminology called Regi Mudra. Regi Mudra is Direct Mudra. And Direct Mudra is the index finger and the middle finger come down. This is not usually possible with elderly practitioners. Because they usually, for example, I've got arthritis.
It's kind of hard for me too, because
Yeah.
I have chronic tendonitis all the way down.
There you
So I'm
go.
like,
So once can't do it.
I'm trying to do something like that.
So you'll keep it open.
Okay.
So there's always, but this is typically what you would use. That's how it's called. Okay. So going back to the nights, we talked about everything like the chakras. Remember the Pingala and the Ida. So the Pingala is the male, the sun, the female is the Ida. So when they come up, the left side is feminine, right side is masculine. The interesting part about it in practice, when you're doing the right side, it's feeding the left side. The left side is actually feeding the right side, which is kind of interesting when you think about it. Really, I would think about it. I'm just going to give you some practicals here. So, doing that, yeah, blow your nose. Good. Yeah, that's huge.
The breathing makes me yawn so much that my eyes water and my nose hurts.
Wow.
And there's just a lot going on.
That is, and this one is huge because you want to stop, you want to close one nostril. So you only have one. If you got one nostril that's really stopped up, it's going to create some issues. So sometimes if somebody has that issue, this maybe is not the time for them to be practicing. Very simple. So that's why there's so many different opportunities here. Okay. So this is a Reiki movement, and director here, as I said. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring my hand, and I'm going to just bring it to the outside of my right and left nostril. Now, this is one thing I want to do, just to give you some information. Typically, we start on the left side and we move to the right side. Okay, just to let you know, it's pretty typical. But I have found over the years when I taught, I used to teach evening classes. I know I told you this already, if I didn't. I would go home at night after I taught those classes, and I'd be wired. I could not go to sleep. It would be like 2 hours before I could finally go to sleep. And so there's another teacher in town. She's pretty well known. And I was talking to her about something today, and I said, every time I do this at night, because you get hung up on this stuff, you think everything's exactly what it's supposed to be, what's not. See, I said, I can't go to sleep. She goes, shift it. She said, start on the right versus the left. And it worked. So I came down. So those are things that, as a practitioner, you'll learn, because you'll find some things that don't seem to be working exactly like I told you today in the class.
Did she say why? Did she say why, or the scientific reason?
Right, yeah, stepping the left, right, you for me, it could be different for you, okay? So that's why a practitioner is, I thought it was, this was the rule, I couldn't do it any other way, but it's not, okay? But those are things I don't tell you. So, I'm going to tell you as best as I can, because get free. So I'm going to come in here. I've got both. Now another thing too is typically the pinky finger and the ring finger actually come in to the left side, but I typically don't do that. I use just one finger. So it's really up to you. This is when you close the nostril. Another thing too, it is not, you're not pushing on it. Okay, don't forcefully. This is, you want to close it, but it should be gentle. You know, this doesn't have to be forced. I keep saying that over and over, and I want that's someone I really want to their psyche. It's the same way on the arm. It's yoga. Let the yoga be you. Don't do that. Right now we're doing it. But someone along here will do you, just let go. Okay? So I'm going to come up here. I've got my hands ready to go. I'm going to gently close my right nostril. I'm going to inhale to my left. You can do this with me or you can watch me. I don't care what you want to do. I'm going to take an inhale. Now I'm more belly breathing. And I'm going to gently close that left. I'm going to exhale to the right. Now on this side, I'm going to inhale on the right. I'm going to gently take my thumb and bring it to the right nostril, close in, open the left, inhale on the left side. Exhale from the left side. Gently close that left nostril, using the ring finger, pinky finger. Inhale on the right side, release it. Exhale on the right. Gently close the right, release the left. Inhale. Exhale. Good. Gently close the left. Inhale the right. Exhale with the right. Gently close the right. Inhale the left. Exhale with the left. This will be a tad difference. Close the left. Inhale with the right. And release. Now that was short. I would, if you're not practicing, you didn't practice that before, I would do it 10 times. Rest. You do maybe if you feel like you do another 10, that's fine. It's not exaggerate. Not when you're starting to learn it.
So, can I ask a question?
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure if I was following you right, so the one that you have open, you both inhale through it and exhale, and then you close it, and then you do inhale and exhale on the other side.
Yeah, you start on one side, which is like the left, and that's your inhale. And then you immediately start to move, make the move to the opposite side too.
So you do, because I think at first I thought it was like you inhale through one side, then close it, and then exhale through the other. That's not what you were doing, was it?
No, I basically
You do like inhale on one, and then inhale on the other.
exhale. When I get over there, I inhale, which is where I started over here on inhale. And then I exhale on this side, and inhale on this side.
Oh.
And then, yeah,
Okay, so did you follow that? It seemed like it switched.
Yeah, I thought it switched.
I might have switched it accidentally when I closed.
So you're supposed
Because I thought about that one because it was on the inhale on the right side.
So you're supposed to inhale through one side and then exhale through the other, basically.
Yeah, you're
And
gonna
then,
inhale.
and then you inhale again through
On
that
your
side.
start side's an inhale.
Say that.
So the left, your start side's an inhale. Your right side, under this scenario, is an exhale, inhale.
Right, okay.
And then you're gonna have that breath to come over here and exhale again. Inhale. Then you're gonna have the exhale on the other side, yeah.
So it does alternate.
And typically, where I messed up, which you caught, which was good, is when I came over there, you want to notice how I started with the inhale. I should have exited with an exhale on the right side.
Okay.
So I never got the inhale for the last one on the right side. So they balance. Inhale here, exhale here, exhale. In, beginning, in.
Okay.
See, I said inhale, I was mistaken on that right side. I came back over and just stopped.
Okay.
But that would be how you end. So one side will have one process, and when you end, one side will have one process. It will be just the opposite of where you began. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. So that's pretty much the aspect of body shoulder harm. Let's see.
Can you give me like a good reason to practice alternate nostril breathing? Because I personally hate it. I've always hated it.
Yeah, what, and because?
I think it just feels restricting. And so the only thing I've noticed is how grateful I am when I have both nostrils again.
Well, you might be more enjoyable on a normal ujjayi, probably.
And there's definitely the left nostril doesn't take in as much. I can feel it. It's like there's extra tissue inside it or something.
Well, it could be just the way your body is.
Yeah, it might just be something that causes some
Or it could be
anxiety,
where you are today. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, you could sit in class for
Could be
3
environmental
hours,
allergies.
4 hours, whatever it is.
All that stuff.
The thing about that one is, for me, you have to be there for quite a while.
Okay.
You know, and then so the seating aspect of it, if you're not used to sitting upright, it's going to be challenging. Remember what I told you yesterday, if you start to collapse, the hands come up and overhead and get that stretch, and then come back down. But you remember, even though you're doing this, you can still stop and remember where you are to do that. Because when you start going like this, then you start, your shoulders start bothering you, there's all sorts of stuff going on that you have to deal with. So you want to try to do a static, and if it's not comfortable, get a chair, you know, a stool. Stools, I'm not a big fan of stools, but you still have that aspect of the job. The chair can support you. So yeah, and you're there, and that's why a lot of people, this is really a good point, a lot of people don't like doing pranayama because it's static, and you've got to be there for a while. So if the body's not ready to do that, you're fighting your body all the time you're up there, and which means the mind is doing all the fighting. Because you don't want to be there. Why am I doing this? All this stupid chatter goes on your mind. There's chit chatter on your mind. But I've been there. I know what you're talking about. It's kind of like, I can't, for me, thank God I found Mark, you know, the aspect of, if you set up asana, pranayama, and do those, okay? Dhyana, which is meditation, arises. Period. I mean, just know, but if you're looking for it, I mean, I've sat in 2-hour classes, 3-hour classes. I haven't gone to some a week, sitting, trying to meditate. Meditation arises because the conditions have been set for that. You could be leaving here, walk out in the parking lot, look at the tree, most of them are gone. You're not gone for long, but you're gone. That's meditation. That's what it is. We've all been there. We've all experienced it. But sitting for hours and hours and hours, forcing the body, just like we're talking about, for me it's challenging. And I don't see a benefit. But I'm not in any way discounting people that do that. Okay? I'm saying people said that as I've done. It's just not for me. Because I know I can experience it in a way that I'm not looking for. I want it just to rise. I want to set the conditions up and make a practice. And then if something happens, I'm not going to fight. Okay. Moving right on. Okay. Satali. Satali is used basically for cooling. So if you're in a hot practice or you're in some kind of situation that you've really worked out, Satali is a cooling practice. I don't use it much anymore because I don't teach it some classes, so we don't create a lot of heat in my classes. Satali is also Sakara. So Sakara is Satali. They're on your sheet that you both those. Satali is you curl your tongue. Look good. Outside the mouth, or outside the mouth. There are people that cannot do what you through to do, and I don't want to do. And that's where Satali comes in. Satali is what they would do if you can't. Every class I have, there's somebody who can't do it. Okay? Because the bodies just can't do it. So you bring the tongue right behind the teeth. Like this. Two front teeth. And then do the same thing. Okay? So Satali, the curl. Sakara is the roof of the mouth. Sakara, roof of the mouth, Satali, curl. Most people do the curl. But there are people who all get up the back picture and introduce it if you do. So, how you doing? Yeah, back and straight. I'll do it first so you can see what goes on here. So it's cooling. So right now, I'm also sweating a lot. Get to So what I'll be doing is nice and tall. With my tongue out forward. Inhale. Close my mouth. Exhale. Through my nostrils. Stick my tongue back out. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Get the picture? Want to try it? Just try to do it 2 or 3 times. Don't take it one time.
So this is a breathing technique. It's supposed to make you feel, like, what are you supposed to be?
It basically cools your body down. So if you were to go on practice or the ring is on,
Am I using my, to breathe out, is it just
No,
the
it's-
nostrils? Or to breathe out, is it just?
just your nostrils.
Can I ask you a question? Are we going to 4:30?
I'm going to try to get you out here right after this next one.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it's necessary.
Okay, I just wasn't sure, and
Well,
I go to the bathroom, so I don't know how much longer to hold on.
Well, I'm going to do one more and I'll let you go because there's no reason to keep you longer. I think you've got enough information. This one's a little bit easier than what yesterday. So again, you can try Sakara. Just to be familiar with Sakara. There will be people that cannot do Sakara. And I guarantee you, they can't. So make sure that they feel good by giving them an alternate. And always remember the tongue's behind the 2 teeth. So it's very simple. It's not difficult. But it's the same thing. You'll get the same opportunity. Okay. This is Kalabaki and Vastrika. I'm not going to go into this. Vastrika is basically like Kalabaki. It's just a little bit different. Kalabaki, this is one to build heat. The other one is to basically build coolness. Okay. So Kalabaki.
Is that here? Is that on?
Kalabaki, I don't know if it should be. No, it's not though.
Okay.
No, it's not. It's right here. You see where it says Kalabaki? Says both nostrils into the abdomen, both nostrils strong, withdraw. So it's a rapid breathing is what it is, okay? So Kalabaki and Vastrika is a little bit slower. So I'm not going to get into it today, but it's just, I don't know how much you know. But Kalabaki is basically a nice and tall, and this is kind of more a pumping action from the lower abdominals. So it's like a hanging dog. But better like a term.
Is it an inhale or exhale?
Which one?
The one you're doing?
At the end?
No, the beginning, the short bursts.
Exhale.
Those are exhales? Okay.
But you're pulling inhale with it. You have to have an inhale to make the exhale.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
what, I was kind of confused yesterday when we did that with Debbie briefly, because in my experience, it's mostly like abdominal
It is.
muscle contraction with lots of exhales,
It
but
is.
like you eventually paused and did a really big inhale and a really big exhale, and that's why I'm like, also unsure if it's like an inhale and exhale breath, I can't do both in rapid succession.
Right, yeah, well,
It depends on your practice, but especially in, Ostrika as well, you can't keep that going for a long period without taking, if you want to maintain it, come back in, you gotta slow it down a little bit. And then, it's kind of like catching your breath for about terms.
Wow.
And then come back into practice, and then depending on how long you want to try to stay with it. But you're exactly right, it's all abdominal work.
Okay.
It is definitely abdominal work.
Exhale.
But even that, if you might take an inhale, exhale, I'm still feeling that abdominal work in that exhale.
I can do a little, if I slow the pace down, I can do a little bit of both inhaling and exhaling. But eventually I still have to relax and do like a big.
I think you should. Again, there's no, it's going to be up to you how you teach it. There's no right or wrong here. The basic premise is what you did. How you teach it to your students and what you want from them is going to be up to you. That's why you can't put it in a box and say, everything I say is exactly the way it's supposed to be, because it will not be that way, especially if you practice and teach for many years. It will change. It always changes. It changes inevitable in this practice. You get older, change is there. You're all much older than all three of you. I have totally changed over 17 years. I've actually, when I say 17 years, I've taught that long. It's not so much I practiced. I did yoga before. Not a lot, but I did a lot of the stuff that you do. I was in the gyms and I did weightlifting for years, and I was a runner for years, and marathons when I was in my 20s. And so, and I go to yoga studios to fix my body when I beat myself up and the other stuff. So, I've been there, okay? But all I do is now is my practice, my yoga practice, and teach. So,
When do you like to apply the rapid breath? When do you like to practice that?
if you want to create heat in your practices, like this room's cold right now. Somewhat, right? I'm a little cold. So, it would be good, if you're doing a physical practice, it might be a good pranayama practice when you finish your asana. Just teach that. That's when you, and what I do is I really heat in your body.
Do you do this like with just meditation at all? Because I've heard about breath work, like applying breath work to meditation.
Meditation is open, what I teach. Meditation only arises because you've set, as I said a minute ago, you set the conditions up. Asana, pranayama, and then meditation, if you have time to allow them to sit for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever is working for it, they might have meditation. I mean, meditation is just basically sitting.
But you personally, like at home in your own practice? Do you
Sometimes.
breath work and stuff?
Yeah, I play with a lot of different things too. I'm at the stage where I spend a lot more time studying right now. I still do asana and I do my pranayama and things, but I'm not extensive in any of that. And then I will sit. I'm not looking for it. See, that's one thing, we tend to look for things in this practice, and then if they don't happen, just set up the conditions and let go. I mean, it's an easy statement to make, I understand that. Because I keep in mind, I don't know, there's some time, but I do. But I also spend a lot of time really is. Because there's so much in this that we just never get a chance to deal with it. Because you're just teaching classes. You get lost in the classes. And you get like the students. I mean, I used to come in, I would spend hours writing things when I got out of school here. I have pages and pages of awesome practice. I might have 36 phosphors in every one of my classes. And it just, it didn't resonate after a while. It was fun, yeah. People seemed to enjoy it. But it didn't make sense. And I always thought there was something missing. And then, like I said, I had a teacher who was in this school, knew me well enough that they knew who I was. I hate to use the word, but I like more spiritual. And that's what I am. But you get the picture. And she said, you know, we need to look up this guy. And it changed the way I approached friends. Like I said, I had this book and I hardly ever read it. Now it's like falling apart. Do I use it all the time? No. Do I use it enough? So, you know. But yeah, Kalabaki, studio, which I didn't get into. And the other thing too, going back to what I wanted to do. Analoma Ujjayi Pranayama, real quick, and then we'll do that. Analoma Ujjayi Pranayama, as well as Viloma Ujjayi Pranayama, and Pratyahara, Pratyaloma Ujjayi are derivatives, which I would master these other ones that we talked about. That not so much, you don't have as much necessity probably in most situations for Satali and for the Srita, as you will for all Gnostic reading and Ujjayi. Ujjayi is all time for me. But these other ones are basically this aspect of like Analoma Ujjayi is there you go. It's still the same thing, Regi Mudra, but you basically take an inhale, Ujjayi, close, exhale, release, inhale, Ujjayi, close, exhale, release, inhale, Ujjayi. Viloma is just the opposite. So you start with an inhale, with a closed nostril, you exhale, in Ujjayi, and then you do the opposite side. Inhale, and you come back to Ujjayi. Those are really nice to work with, but I would try to work with all the nostril breathing first. But if it's bothering you, I'd try the other. And you all have that. Go back. And it gives you the counts so that you know which side to go to and why. If you don't, find me. Okay, let's see. It's just, if you don't mind, come to sit forward. Bring your hands to the base of your sternum if you would. Close practice. I really appreciate you all being here today. Thank you so much for your intentions, questions, just your presence. It was an honor to teach you. It's an honor to be here. Thank you. May you be at peace. May your hearts remain open. May you be awakened for life, true nature. Truly recognize the teacher is who you are. May you be healed. And may you be a source of healing for all others. said, you cannot change the world, you cannot change people, you can't change beings. The only thing you can change is your perception. If you practice your perception, you change. Just let it go. Your life, practicing life. Your reality, practicing reality. Just enjoy the lives. Go fast. Namaste. Thank you all very, very much. Sorry I kept you on a little longer.
Oh, don't be sorry.
I hope this one helped you. It wasn't as confusing yesterday. Hi, Debbie. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Tired?
Why don't I take a picture of you? I don't have a picture of you ever to use.
Huh?
Could I take a picture of you? I don't even have my phone.
You can. We can get one when I see you.
Okay, you can do that.
I'll
I was just saying, I don't.
Tomorrow, I'll see you.
Well, we'll see you next Tuesday, yeah. You guys, I have some books for you. Let me, just don't, I know you probably wouldn't leave. Anyway, let me end this. Oh, Bill, that was so beautiful. I often use the same